Hello, everybody. Let's see if my sound is coming through. Okay, let me switch this over where I can see the comments. And it's been so long since I've been live with you guys, and I'm also going to open up this stream to have you guys come in and share what's going on with you. I'm going to share a few things that that have been going on here. That oh my goodness gracious! The last few weeks, I haven't even chatted on other people's streams. Like normally I'll pop on with Voynich and stay on for a while and things like that, because you guys aren't going to believe this. My pharmacist, after, we've been here a little over a decade. We were with Walgreens until they didn't take our insurance anymore. And then we switched over to one that was like a stone's throw away from there, but it was more of a mom and pop. I mean, like this guy, if I came in with a prescription, he didn't have to look anything up. He knew everything that I was on, how it would interact, if it, had adverse effects. I mean, this guy was amazing. His service was so above par that I kind of got spoiled. Well, he retired, and after being there for 10 years, a very young, new guy was in there. And I come bopping in with my prescriptions, and he's there, and he takes them, and then he says, oh, I need to take them over and drop them off because, he wants people now to use the drop-off counter, whatever. Okay, so I saunter over there, and I drop them off. He waits till the next day in the evening, and then he calls me and tells me, he talks to me for a little while, and then he decides he's not going to fill my prescriptions, any of my prescriptions. And then I called the doctor because I was already a week late and on picking him up because of the court stuff going on. And the doctor talked to him, and then he decided, after speaking with my doctor and myself, that not only would he not fill those prescriptions, but he wouldn't fill anything for us anymore. So I got a hold of another pharmacy, and I contacted them approximately 4 times. I talked to 2 times I talked to actual pharmacists. The other 2 times, the first time I talked to one of the helpers to see if they took our insurance and if they were able to fill these, blah, blah, blah. But I wouldn't give them my personal information because I didn't want anything transferred yet, because I'm on a contract. And with that contract, I have to talk to my doctor first before making any changes. So I contacted my doctor's office, and they approved the change. So then I talked to a pharmacist, and then I talked to another pharmacist. I talked to a pharmacist, and so they put into transfer. Then I talked to another pharmacist, and I said, look, these ones are from like a week ago. Do I need to get new ones? Because certain prescriptions have to be, they're very meticulous. They can't be old. They can only be a certain amount. So I had to go back down to my doctor, turn those ones back in. I had to void them into shrimp and write me new ones. I went to Walgreens to their drive-through, and this pharmacist, this little, I don't know if it was a man or a woman. I'm thinking it was a little woman, but the way that her hair was, she sounded female, but I don't know. My brother was here. He came to visit me. I thought of him, and he called me out of the blue, and left within an hour and a half and drove halfway across country to come visit me for a week. But he was with me in this ordeal, and we're stuck in the drive-thru because they push that window thing open when you go through a drive-thru. And you can't pull out or anything because you're going to hit that darn thing. She has that thing open. She's got the flap up inside, and she's yelling at me through this. I mean, telling me how the cow ate the cabbage. There was a line behind me, people in the parking lot. It was humiliating. My brother's like, pull out of here, pull out of here. I'm like, I can't. She's got that darn thing open. I cannot get out of here. But it was after they contacted that young pharmacist that just took over that awesome pharmacist, and transferred my medications that were on file over there that were refillable over to um, the new place. I mean, it was like within 12 hours. I don't know what he said when he found out where I was going to them, but they flipped on me. I was like, holy moly, what the heck is going on? So I started looking into the laws, and I know there's been some changes in some laws on uh, pain management. It's not for chronic pain management patients. It's not for cancer patients. It's not for end of life care. But those are the people who are being affected by it. But it's for acute, like you just have surgery or you broke your arm. What they want the doctors to do now is just to prescribe 3 days of medication. And this is informational for anybody and everybody because this is new law. So if you just had surgery, or you just injured yourself, broken arm, broken leg, whatever the situation, understand that when you leave that doctor's office, you're only leaving with 3 days of medication. They no longer will give you like 14 days or, the duration of how, that long they think it'll take you to recover from the surgery. You need to know this because after the 3 days, you have to call back and then they will fill for the balance, of the 2-week period and then allow you to carry on and then taper down or whatever. It's to try to manage acute pain that comes on all of a sudden so people don't have a problem coming off of these medications once the pain is gone. And so it's not meant for cancer patients. It's not meant for hospice end of life care. And it's not meant for chronic pain management with chronic conditions. Chronic is anything that lasts over 3 months in duration. So then the pharmacist, the first pharmacist, the young guy, I called his corporate office because I wanted to lodge a complaint on the way that he talked to me, the way he treated me, the way that I felt about it. And then, of course, what happened at the other place. He had to have said something. And then the district manager calls me back because I talked to the head honcho. He got the district manager to call me back. And the district manager had talked to that pharmacist. That pharmacist said that he didn't care for what I think it was the plan of treatment plan or whatever from the doctor, and he lied to his district manager. And I don't think my doctor quite understood how badly, he lied until I had to go back down for a third time and get the prescriptions rewrote out. I didn't have them have any contact with this young guy, that one that took over, the 10-year guy that retired. I miss him so much. And then that other pharmacy that obviously talked to, no contact at all. And guess what? They had no problems, none whatsoever. They understand the law. They understand what chronic is, and they're able to pull up now. Anybody who has chronic problems, they can see your fill records. I didn't know that until another place that we had went to. They would have filled it, but they didn't have enough on hand, and they didn't want to make me wait. So, and she was the one that told me. She says, "Hold on a minute. We've got a problem here with continuity of care." When the one retired and the other one took over, and it's a one pharmacy, little mom and pop place, he can't just dump patients like that as he feels that he will, since he's a one-man show. You're either there to fill people's prescriptions and take care of them, or don't take that job. Go work at one that's got 5 or 10 different pharmacies where you can pick and choose who you're going to fill prescriptions for. And then there's somebody else that will go ahead and fill it for them. Don't be a one-man operation and treat people this way. Anyway, so they said something about continuity of care. And I found that there is a huge, huge lawsuit going on right now against a lot of the main pharmaceutical companies over this issue for them not understanding the law, not understanding what the difference is between acute and chronic, and how to discern what is what, and how to apply what is coming about here. So it was almost 3 weeks. So I wasn't going on to chats with people. I had to get this all under control again. And the doctor that I'm using, when I first went to him, I was in a position where we had discussed to try to come off the medications that I was on, that I would have to go in and go into, what do they call it? A forced coma for 2 weeks while they monitored and fleshed my body. That's how strong the medications were. I was out of it. And he managed to wean me off all that crap. I'm barely taking anything. And if anything, it's such a minute dose to what I was on. I can have an active life. Not active. I can't go do calisthenics or work out at the gym. I mean, I'm still limited. But shortly after that, after he weaned me off of that and I was able to start thinking, I became a notary public, and I was doing that. I did that for about 4 years. And then, I've been doing my YouTube thing and having discourse with you guys, able to help people out with their taxes and stuff, which I'm an accountant. I was an accountant before I got hit by the drunk driver. So a lot has come back to what I'm able to do. It just has to be on my schedule. So if you guys are having problems of this nature, know your rights. I do have some websites pulled up, and I'll show you guys those soon. But I broke out with hives, the anxiety. I mean, my gosh, I felt like I was like trying to score street drugs or do something illegal, and it's not illegal. But that's how I was spoken to. I felt, I felt like this high, and if anything, my doctor's exactly opposite. So yeah, I've had that going on. But in the meantime, a lot of you know that back in October, one of the gentlemen that was in the crash, which constituted the loss of my daughter, was arrested. It's been very, very stressful. This court thing has been very stressful. But it seems like things are, they're like the things that we've been wanting, that we're asking for, they're coming into being. And I mean, like, quickly. Like, I was thinking about my brother, and he calls, and then an hour and a half later, he leaves and comes out and visits me for a week. And then right after that, my little brother, we're only 11 months apart. I don't know why I call him my little brother, but we're the same age for 1 month. And he's a lot taller than I am. So he's actually my big little brother. He happened to fly in, and he is just a few hours north of me for work. And he's all the way on the other side of the country. So I'm going to get to see him. It's like I've been thinking about my family, and poof, here they are. And the court thing, when I went in to talk to the DA, I asked if he could offer a plea bargain, so we didn't have to go through the trial, and said to try to do it in a way where it was like for a first-time offender. I know this man has a record, and I think that's why he got charged. But, from what we know, my husband and I, it's not a one-person fault crash here. We see that there was only one person that wasn't behind the wheel, and that was Shannon. And Shannon's the only one that got killed. So now the one that went to court, he wasn't supposed to live through the night. He was unconscious, hanging out of the driver's door was forced open, and he was just dangling by his seatbelt. He was in terrible condition. He spent 6 weeks in the hospital and had to have 2 major surgeries, but he lived. And he offered him this, because here's my deal, you guys. Okay. First of all, I'm about forgiveness. I don't think he deliberately set out to get into this crash and kill my child. Okay. I don't think either of them did that. But we all make mistakes, and we all need to own up to our mistakes. We can't, deny when we make a mistake, because that just makes things worse. But I told the district attorney that I believe, and I do believe this, I believe that sending someone to prison or to jail makes criminals. It limits what they're able to do when they get out. They have to fill out in any application, what has happened, or what transpired in their life. It limits the jobs they can have, limits the amount of income they can make. So what it's left for them to do to make any kind of a living for them and their children, I think prison makes criminals. This is just my opinion. So I asked if they could possibly send him to a rehab center, and the deputy district attorney said, "This is a rehab center." I'm like, "Oh, you're sending him to a rehab center?" And he goes, "Yeah, in prison." I said, "Wait." And then we talked about the plea bargain, and the plea bargain is for a first-time offender. Now, he does have whatever they call it, strikes. He has a strike. So what happens when you have a strike is you don't get the 50% good time. He has to do 80% of the sentence, and they add an additional year because he has that prior strike of a violent crime happening in the past. But he rejected that, and then he said he didn't remember the crash and wanted to read the documents. When he went back into court after reading the documents, he then stated that he didn't remember the crash, now doesn't remember the 2 years prior of his life. So he had no memory of Shannon at all. This rubbed the DA wrong, and he pulled the agreement away. He went to court the next time with a hired attorney. And so I thought this was going to be taking a whole different turn. But at the same time, I'm sitting there praying that this is not going to happen. I'm asking, I'm seeking. That's the desired outcome. Lo and behold, they went to court on the 10th, and his attorney took the first initial because it was offered. And the judge, I guess, had a chat with them, said that you're going to look at, 20, 25 years from your record. If this goes to jury trial, you should take the plea bargain. It was what was advised to his paid for attorney now. And he, advised his client. So we're done. We're done. That part is over too. We just have the sentencing hearing and the impact statement to read before the court. They stay as a part of his file, and he did get the least amount of time possible because he has children, and I want him to be a part of his children's life because, I know how important that is, and I love my children. I miss my daughter. Oh my gosh. But I'm not looking for vengeance. The only thing that would make me happy or bring peace back to me to any degree would be her walking back through the door. So doing something to somebody else is not going to bring her back. It's not going to do anything. But we all have to pay the piper. We all have to reap back in what we sow. So whatever we're sowing out into the world, we will get, we'll have to reap it back. And if this is the way that he could pay that karmic debt off and get out and still be a part of his children, he has children's life, and get his life together, great. But what about the other guy? So let me put, I'm going to put the link in here because this is not just a me show. This is a we show. And invite. I'm gonna copy it. I'm just gonna put it directly into chat for you guys. And where's the chat? Here we go. Hi, Long Reach One. Hi, Rod. Hi, Julie. So there's the link to come into the yard. In the meantime, I'm going to do an unboxing. When I was at Voynish's live stream, I gave the link out for there is a gentleman on Duck Dynasty that he's got it's called Ceremony CBD oil, and he was giving away free bottles of CBD oil. So I shared the link at that time, and you just have to pay for shipping. It came, so it's a real deal. So let's see what I got. This is the free bottle that they sent. So obviously it was a legit deal. He said that I guess Big Pharma is really upset with him because he sells his oil like I don't know, it's like 56% less than Big Pharma or whatever. They're trying to make a big hub. But he said that, he has so much and he wants to give back. So now that I have this, I'm going to talk to my doctor about trying this out and seeing if I don't have to worry about the pharmaceutical stuff anymore. And there's no THC or anything in this. But I read a bunch of the reviews, and he was giving away these for free. All you had to do is pay for the shipping. And here it is. And the free offer is over. Excuse me. He only had a limited amount to give away. He says he has a hard time keeping this on the shelf, but they have a different one going on where you get a free bottle, and then I think it's like $5.75, and then you get the roll on, and then you pay shipping. So you'll get two bottles. I guess one's a roll on, one's the oil, and then you pay the shipping, and then like $5.25 something. It's very, very inexpensive. So and I'll put that link in soon, so you guys will have that too. Because dealing with chronic pain or anxiety or having I better go check in StreamYard, make sure that nobody has popped in yet. Okay. Having to deal with chronic pain or any kind of issues that are going on, anxiety, depression, all of these things. I guess this CBD oil is non-narcotic and has no mind-altering or whatever substance in it, but even helps with seizures, helps young children that have seizures and things of that nature. So, and his is stronger. It's what do you say? I think it's 63% more pure than what is out on the market, and maybe it's 56 more pure. It's either one. It's either 56 more pure or 63% more pure, and it's either 56% cheaper or 63% cheaper. I'm sorry, I may have those backwards and transposed, but it doesn't really matter. Both of them, either it's you're saving a bunch of money and you're getting a better quality of product, whether it's either way that it goes. So yeah, that check that out for yourself. I mean, if it helps, shoot, I'm all about it. I don't want to ever feel how I felt for the past 3 weeks trying to battle it out. I mean, I haven't felt like that in years. It's been years. I've got a really good doctor, and if anything, he's got me functioning. He's got me living life, having a quality of life with the least amount of anything that my My weakest medication for breakthrough when my doctor started to try to taper me down is stronger than what my strongest medication that he has me on now, and it was to be taken more often. So if that should tell you anything, I mean, I was on fentanyl patches, time release morphine, Oxycontin, and my breakthrough medication was Percocet, 10 milligram Percocet, 2 every 4 hours for breakthrough. So, and all I could do is, and I had to take something for the nausea because all that medication made me sick. It made my stomach upset. So every time I took the time release stuff or put on a new patch, I always got sick. And right after I got sick, even with taking the nausea medicine that makes you really loopy, I just sat there and just spaced out. I mean, there was no quality of life. None. It was just kind of like, blah, 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 blah. And now I can think and be and swim and, enjoy life, enjoy my company coming over, enjoy you guys. So marijuana is the best medicine on the planet, in my opinion. It's natural and it's from the earth. Yes. Yeah. And you know what? And let me tell you guys this. When all of that was going on, now, mind you, I didn't take all that. That was for breakthrough. I was allowed to take 2 every 4 hours for breakthrough, okay? But I was taking 2 500 milligram Tylenols every 4 hours. And the big problem that they have is not necessarily the medication that's for the pain that's in the tablets. It's the amount of Tylenol we take per day. I was taking more Tylenol when I was on the patches and the time release than I ever have. I had no idea that it's the Tylenol that causes the major liver problems. So I don't take any Tylenol, any additional Tylenol at all. None. I backed away from a lot of things. Don't drink. My liver's in great shape. Do my blood work. And that's another thing that they started. If you are a new chronic patient, let's say you got into like the situation I did. I got slammed into by a drunk driver. He broke my neck, broke my T-spine, and bulged a bunch of discs in my lumbar. I had surgery on my neck, but I still have the nerve damage. The T-spine, yet they have to go in through the front. It's too dangerous of a procedure. So I dealt with that. And then in the meantime, they are giving me steroid injections. As they're giving you steroids, you're puffing up. And I got bigger and bigger, which put more pressure and more pain on my back. So now that I'm swimming and stuff, I've lost a lot I've toned up. So the pain has lessened. It's still there, but it is backed off substantially. So has everything else that goes along with it. So if you have a situation happen to you, what they do is you'll be on acute, but after you've been on it for 3 months, you sign a contract. And anybody that's been on pain management, this is not a new, I don't understand why they're calling this a new law. It's not new. Anybody on pain management, we have to sign a contract. We go to one doctor, one pharmacy. We have to, everything, our ducks in a row. Spontaneous UAs. They check on our liver and everything to make sure everything's copacetic. And see, from 2008 on, I've never failed one, never had a problem, and always been in line with the pain management. I've never been a problem patient, but it just seems like the ones that try to follow the rules. If I was going to 20 different doctors and going to 20 different pharmacies and paying cash, I wouldn't have any problems, right? It's always the ones that just follow the rules. It's like, yeah, let's mess with them. They're an easy target because they'll take it to heart because we take the contract that we sign seriously and we're careful. And I respect my doctor, and it's just, it's crazy. So you guys need the link again? Why is nobody coming in here to chat? Come on, let's go. We got things to talk about. I finished up doing a series of 3 videos on opening the third eye. There's, I did it in 3 to make them like bite-sized pieces. One will show like the physical side, where it is in your body, what all constitutes what parts of our body play a part in the what we call a third eye or a holy system situation going on, reaching the heavenlies. And then the next one talks about the symbology and also some signs that you're going through an awakening, or if you haven't yet, some things to do to enhance it. And also, as you're going through the process, some things to expedite it, make it a little easier on you. And then the last one is about the awakening, and it's mainly got a lot of different signs and lists of things to look at and at what's going on within your life, to let you know that you're going through this process, so we lose the fear and we move through it. And listening to so many people's testimony, personal stories, number synchronicities, all of these different patterns that are going on is a part of this process that we're all going through, and we're all going through it together, just at different, because we're unique. It will be unique for each of us, but it kind of helps to remove the fear of the third eye or the born from above, and the understanding that we get from it. I'll put the link in there one more time. Let's see. Be to the clipboard. I probably didn't need to do that, but you don't have to show yourself. You come on as an emoji. Be an emoji, but no trolls. So we just want to talk about what's going on in our world, what's going on up to date. So you guys know I don't have to go through the trial. And I've got to write my impact statement. And the victim's advocate, she's a victim's advocate for violent crime. She's a different kind of an advocacy program that the district attorney referred us over to. She's going to go ahead and read my statement for me, so I don't have to worry about that, because I don't know if I could stand there in front of the judge and read a statement with that gentleman standing there. I probably could. I could pull the strength together for my child, but if I can't, she's there and she'll read it for me. And family members and stuff are also writing their impact statements, because they all go as a part of the record. So like when he comes up for a parole hearing, the impact statements and things like that are in there. So we need to take that into consideration, because we don't want him to be so far removed from his own children that he's no longer a part of their life, in my opinion. Now, that's my perspective. My husband, on the other hand, wants the death penalty. My husband wanted life in prison. My son, however, wanted him to get the death penalty. All 3 of us were in the same meeting, but that just tells you, 3 completely different ways of grieving, 3 different ways of handling things, 3 different perceptions, and each and every single one of them valid. There's nothing invalid about what my son wants. There's nothing invalid about what my husband wants. There's nothing invalid about what I'm asking for. It's just, it ultimately ended up being up to the DA, the judge, and his attorney to come up with the agreement that would be suitable. So, yeah. You see the link? It's right here. It's on, it's in the chat room with you. Longer reach one. It says https://streamyard.com/. And you click on that and it'll take you into where I can see you, and then I can bring you in here with me and we can chat about what's going on with you. So that's what's been going on here. I'm I'm hoping to head up to go see my little brother tomorrow. I'll spend the night up there. We'll have dinner together. Won't get much time with him because he is on a work trip, but that's okay. I don't get very many opportunities to spend time with them. So it's just, and you guys, be careful what we're wishing for because it's coming to pass. I have noticed when I think about something and good or bad, bam, I'm noticing it either coming to pass into fruition like in TikTok time fast. So I'm always capturing my thoughts. Even on how this pharmacist and that other pharmacist treated me, I'm trying to capture my thoughts on to not be sending out anything upon them, out of just because of they're confused. You know what I mean? We should always be, thinking with compassion and love, no matter what's going on with somebody else. It doesn't change once we know who they are, because they're always going to be who they are. In Genesis, that study I did with the two different creation stories that are in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, the creator of this place creates, thinks, speaks, and the spirit moves. In the second creation story in Genesis, we're made from dirt, and then it's the breath of life is blown in through our nostrils. And if you had a chance to listen to that study, I went back and did the word study on what each of those words actually meant. And the breath of life being breathed into our nostrils is out of anger, being made of dirt. Well, the creator separated the waters from the waters, put all of the lights in the heaven and all the stars in the sky. And then he separated, this was all water here. And then he separated the waters from the land, and he created all the fishes and everything in there and all the fowls of the air and every living creature, everything that creepeth and crawleth. But the pinnacle of creation, he had to use something he created to put us and form us and fashion us and make us. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. So we need to, I was talking to Dead GPK. By the way, you guys, if you're not subscribed to him, he put up a video. I think it was today that it was posted. I watched it just a little while ago. Soothing with the most beautiful art from the 1800s. He usually does sky watch, and you can see the mirror of his heart around him. It's just magnifying in his area around him. And he's also been doing these little other projects. And today it was from like 1843 art. And he had the most soothing, beautiful music. It was like it perfectly went together. And after I watched it, it was so soothing, so peaceful. It just kind of all. So I have a playlist. It's called Dead GPK, which could easily get you to his channel. And he's also on my homepage. So, that video is on there. If he comes in, I may ask him, or if he comes into StreamYard, I may ask him if I could play a little bit of it for you guys to let you guys, check it out for yourself. But realize this is just a glimpse into this man's work. This man does work with, like I said, mainly sky. He takes submissions from other people, and you can tell when you're looking at somebody else's sky. You can see their heart in it. It's beautiful. It's absolutely wonderful. But then he's also done some really nostalgic, antique digging information, bringing these beautiful anomalies back into the forefront. And it's a good feeling to see those kinds of things. Yes, I would want you on. Get your butt on here, girlfriend. And I'd like Rod on too. And Angelfish. Let me see who else we got in the chat. Make sure I say hi to everybody. Julie. Julie Marvin, hello, welcome. Inner Knowing, oh my gosh, hi you guys. So I guess you do all come back around whenever I do an actual live. That's why I haven't been. I've been creating posts for you guys, and if they end up being too long, I'll just set them up as a premiere. And I know that being in the chat is not the same as having a live chat with you guys and allowing you guys to come in and chat and interact and the interaction that we're having now. It's not the same, I know, but at least it gives people the possibility and the opportunity to come in and chat with each other. And I do try to make it to all of the premieres, yeah. And I think the Genesis one I did set up as a premiere, but it does kind of, when we start talking to each other, it takes away from the posts. So if you haven't seen it, check it out and see what your thoughts are. I'm not here to think for you. I'm just sharing whatever I get revealed, and hoping, waiting, and enjoying listening to what it is that you guys have going on, that you're sharing, because we make such a huge difference to one another. I mean, it's amazing. Okay, let's see. What do I need to do? Oh. How long have we been going? I'm going to try and make this I want to make it kind of a power stream, because I want some people. Hang on. I'll pull it up if I get dropped off, you guys, it's because I'm pulling up Facebook. Sorry. I try to close everything down. But I'm going to send you it here in your Messenger long reach. It should be still, yeah. Okay, you just click on that and follow the instructions, and it'll bring you right in. And you just set up a little avatar and stuff like that. Anybody else while I'm in Facebook need the link? Let me go back over here to check. Yes, he has an awesome channel. Okay, he is in here. Yes. If he allows me to, I'll share a little bit about with his stuff. But while we wait for a moment, let me play something that I made for you guys. A little bit of fun. Where'd it go? Enjoy.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. sound right, boy.
I made that just for you. What'd you guys think? and long reach, all you have to do is click on that link on the device that you're on, and it'll take you straight on in. Just set up a little avatar like what I'm showing right now, and you'll come straight into the studio, because that's the link to bring you straight on in here. And anybody else, come on, this is a share show. Let's hear what's going on with you. And yeah, I had fun putting that together for you guys. That's my break video. It's a couple minutes long, but I had to sit here and listen to it, because getting them all to dance at the beat is, anybody that creates videos knows. This is definitely a challenge, but it sure was a lot of fun, and those clips are hilarious. And yeah, did anybody notice a pattern? Do you see how it went from one thing to the next, to another thing to the next? Oh yeah, Beyond the Veil. Awesome. Yes. Chris and Sherry Geo. They're not too far from me now. But everybody's been in this lockdown mode. So that's why, I made the fun video. This is supposed to be a fun show, share show. Come on, guys. We can't have isolated ourselves so bad that we won't even come on and talk to each other. Let's do this. Hey, Dad, do I have permission to share a little bit of your video? I won't share the whole thing. I'll just share just a little bit. I'll wait for your response in the chat before I do it, because it is yours. It's your content, and you're the creator. I won't share the whole 8-minute video. I'll share part of it, maybe a couple more. You want a cat? Did you not see that there was dogs there too? You want to come on screen, sweetie? You're gonna use an avatar before I add you. Doesn't matter.
Whatever
You're in.
looks good.
You're in like Flynn, sister. How are you, doll?
Oh, it says on that I'm in.
You're in. You're on.
I'm in.
You're in.
I'm
You're live. There you are. You and your
Okay,
beautiful self.
Right,
How are you?
let me see him. So I turn my volume down. Is that what I do?
I can hear you. Let's see if everybody else can hear you. You should be able to click, because you're in the studio with me, under comments. You should be able to read the comments in the chat room while you're in here.
Okay.
And type back to him. I don't know if you can type back. I know I can. Yeah.
Okay.
You guys, this
Can
is
you hear
Long Reach One that's in the house. Go ahead. I'm going to be quiet. Let you talk. What are you giggling about? What'd you think of the little dance video?
Can you hear me? I'm hearing like an echo. I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something wrong here.
Do you have the volume still on the regular show? If you do, mute that. Because I'm on earbuds and a microphone, but I don't hear an echo from you.
Okay.
But your pause makes me think that you're waiting to respond to the sound that's coming through YouTube.
Sure.
Mute that and turn your sound on.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Yeah, mute that one.
I've got an echo here. I'm trying to figure out what. Okay, I think
Yeah.
I got it. Is that working?
Yeah, now you're talking to me in real time.
Great. Awesome.
Yes.
That was
so
complicated.
well, you made it in.
I did it.
So what'd you think of the dance clip?
I love it. I love the puppy.
There's puppies and geese and kitties and people and
You need duckies.
there was ducks at the end.
Duckies.
Did you miss them?
I was trying to figure out this whole linking. I had an issue. Facebook needed to update right away. Like I couldn't even see your message until Facebook updated. It's like, right now? Really? Right now? Yeah, so I had to re-sign in. I had to put my password in again. I had to do syncing. I had to do I don't even know. It's getting ridiculous. You just can't click a button and be there anymore. I don't understand it.
Speaking of which, I need to close Facebook down. That might help our stream strength. Our stream strength. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I have a really bad upload speeds. Yeah. No, it's just ridiculous. Why is it so complicated anymore? Like, I used to love computers. I used to love software. I used to love learning this stuff, but now I hate it because it's become so ridiculously complicated. Like, just getting in this stream was so stupid. It's just crazy. It's like they're trying to drive us crazy with these tiny little frustrations, don't you think?
And the lockdown isn't helping. And then frustrating us on top of it so we can't communicate with each other is making it even harder, making it worse.
I think it is. I mean, look at your whole situation with getting your prescription. The red tape, that's ridiculous. I was going crazy listening to you explain that. I was just like, why? You should be able to get your prescription. I mean, seriously, you should go onto a website and click a button and have it delivered, and that's that. It should be so easy. It should be so easy. Why?
And he spoke a law it's called continuity of care. The way that he did it, the continuity of care, because 10 years, never a problem with the other guy. The new guy comes in, and he's deciding who he's going to fill prescriptions for. I'm not the only one, because I talked to his district manager. I'm not the only one that he's done this to. So there's people having problems. Sad.
And that has to do with
she fell out. She'll be back. She's having technical difficulties. In the meantime, it's not, just one, everybody come in, share. We could talk about Mandela effects. We could talk about amazing things going on in our life, the manifestations. We could talk about everyday events. What's going on in your world? How are things going in your neck of the woods? I know here in California, they're going back into, they sent out the emergency broadcasts, and they're telling us all that we need to shelter in place again. And I was like, well, what? So, we never know. And Deb, please put your link in your channel link in the chat. If I can't share your video a little bit, make sure at least you're putting your thing in there. At least do that. And Long Reach One, took us back in here. You finally started talking and you filled it out. Just filled out. And in the meantime, and where is it? One more time.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
Oh my gosh, seriously, I just got click happy and I was like, what does this button do? And then I was gone.
You're like,
I
I'm out of
didn't
here.
it's getting too complicated. Like I was saying, it's crazy complicated and I just can't take it anymore. I'm too freaking old.
I think we're about the same age. Hun.
Yeah.
No, I think you're younger than me, actually.
I am 46.
Yeah. So let's not go there, okay? Let's just not touch. Homie, don't touch this.
We don't touch that.
Mm-mm.
So
I got a decade on you, I think, almost.
Really? You don't look it. No way. My gosh, I wish my hair was as nice as yours. Mine's all falling out.
Well, you're looking at an avatar.
Yeah.
There.
So the insurance companies and the doctors, right? So when you get your bill, some offices, the doctor will tell the billing clerk what code to bill the procedure under. So a procedure technically has to penetrate the body, right? And an exam does not penetrate the body. So, but the thing that I saw when I was doing coding, insurance billing, before Obamacare, the doctors could make a profit from an exam, right? They didn't make a lot. I worked for an optometrist. He made like, anywhere from $15 to $20 per exam. Personally, after staff and expensive. So, but then after Obamacare, the way the insurances would compensate, he wasn't making anything. Like he would pay his staff, he would pay his expenses, and he made nothing from that hour of exams. So the way the insurance companies have rigged it is the doctors make nothing from exams.
And now they're having to pay for masks and all kinds of stuff on top of that too.
That's right.
Is crazy.
That's right. And the doctor, if he's just examining you, he is making nothing during that hour. So he's going to want to, if he's honest, he's just going to take the nothing, But there's like an incentive to make it coded as a procedure. Like I saw a person on your chat and her bills are being coded as a procedure when actually they're just an exam.
Oh, no, mine aren't.
So,
Yeah.
so yeah, yours aren't, but like, I mean, you see what I'm saying? The
Hmm?
doctor has an incentive to code up. Does that make sense?
Now, if I need to
So
get blood work or
if he
get an
wants,
injection, or if I am
yeah,
sick or something, and I'm at my appointment, now a procedure has taken place. Tests have been done. But if
right,
it's right.
right. Because I mean, who works for $0 an hour? And you're a doctor.
Yeah,
You
actually,
know,
my
it's
doctor runs in the
ridiculous.
hole now. He said he's actually running in the negative because he has
Yes,
doctors that work for him, and then that staff on that side. And then he's got his side that is a separate program that he's on, and he's running in the red every month now, and now his
that's
supplies
right.
went up. And
Yeah,
then to have
and
this kind of hassle.
unless they join some kind of co-op or clinic or hospital, they're not making any money unless they're doing invasive procedures on you, right? If they're not doing that, they're just really not making money. And it's
Yeah.
unfortunate. It is very unfortunate because what it does is, and it is Obamacare and it's ICD-10, right? Is the insurance coding. We used to be under ICD-9. When we went to ICD-10 with that coding,
Mandatory
the
maximum
insurance
billings.
rates were all different. The insurance payouts were all different. So with Obamacare. So you're paying a lot of money with your insurance now, and your doctor is getting nothing. Your doctor is getting nothing. So when your doctor does an exam and your doctor is charging your insurance company, say $350, your insurance company is writing off that entire $350, and your doctor is getting nothing. Nothing. So it's the doctor is doing free work for you and not getting compensated by the insurance companies at all, even though you are paying the insurance company to pay him, right?
Well, at least it's not that bad. He's getting paid, but he's not getting paid enough for the
Right.
overhead that he's experiencing. Because
Well,
I'm
they
on
have,
private insurance through
yeah,
my husband. Thank goodness. Or if I was on Medicare, I know Medicare is not. They've capped it out on what they'll pay, and that's it. That's that.
Medicare. Medicare is rated so that they know the doctor's getting nothing.
Hmm.
The Medicare payout is only covering his expenses. So if your doctor is treating you with exams, I mean, just be grateful because he's doing that for free. And I know a lot of doctors are not telling people this, but they are working for free a lot of time.
Yeah, I know. I know that he's upside down. He can't take Medicare. He does
Mhm.
take our insurance. Like I said, I'm still under, thank goodness, under my husband's. Pays a little bit better, but I
Mhm.
know that since all this has come about, he is running upside down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's gonna have to join a hospital or a co-op. He
Well, he
can't do
owns the
private.
whole freaking building. He owns this whole building. He owns a whole practice that
Right.
has doctors working for him, nurse practitioners, nurses, billers, and all that. And then he's got his separate office that he's doing. And I'm a part of this. It's a whole
Right.
different type of a program. But this side is running so far in the hole that even though on his side it's a special program, that it's holding its own, but it cannot afford to take care of the where he's
Yeah.
paying all these doctors and nurse practitioners and nurses for the doctors and all of his employees. And he
Right.
owns the whole building. So when this guy decided to pull apart this one doctor and lie about him, he's
Mhm.
lying about a doctor that's also a doctor that employs other doctors, several other
Right.
doctors, and has connections all over the place. If he thinks that this isn't going to pass through the grapevine through the doctors on because they know his reputation. My doctor is
Yeah.
not a new doctor. He's not an
Yeah.
old guy. He's probably
Right.
somewhere around your age, so he's
It
not
is
fixing to
experience.
retire
Yeah.
anytime soon. But he's got decades of experience. He's well known and he's very, very good at what he does. I don't know he got me through that. He worked with me one-on-one and got me out of a horrible situation and got me functioning. Got me to have a
Yeah.
life.
I'm glad for you. Those painkillers are awful.
Oh God, and
Percocet
they're
is
highly
awful.
addictive. He said that I was
Yes.
on synthetic heroin. I'm sorry, my dogs. They hear
It
somebody
is
outside.
synthetic heroin.
Yes.
It is
So he took
synthetic
me
heroin.
off. He took me off of all of that and got me on something like I guess it would be like in the equivalence of a Tylenol 3.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so I went from one level to an extreme other level, and I'm functioning on that. But you pull them away. See, I can tolerate a certain amount. I can
Yeah.
deal with a certain amount of pain. But when we go over that threshold, the blood pressure goes up, the heart rate goes up, and then I start having extra physical issues that come
Yeah.
about. So he
And
had to
you
monitor all of that to make sure everything. And I'm not
right.
on any blood pressure medicine anymore or any. I mean, this lot you want to tell. Don't be bashing my doctor. I mean, that's what I'm like. This guy has got me off
I'm
so
not.
many.
You
Well, not
know,
you. I'm talking about this
right.
this
Well,
guy, this new guy.
I would say that your doctor is only able to continue in business being an honest person. He's only been able to continue because of that building, because of that asset. And he likely has taken out loans just to continue on in business. So, I
He
mean,
cares about people.
some doctors are very altruistic and they are doing it because they do want to help people, and
And
that's what it sounds like to me.
he's a whole body doctor. He treats the
Mhm.
whole body. He doesn't just say, okay, you're coming in, you got this wrong. He looks at the whole picture. How does
Right.
this correlate with this and this and this and this? And then overall, you wouldn't believe it. I mean,
Yeah.
if you see in my records, you'd be like, oh my gosh. And what was really surprising is this Ding Dong Pharmacy had access to all of those records, of what I was on, everything that's been removed, or all of those old harsh, hardcore medications are gone
Right.
on
Right.
any of them. So if he
Right.
looked at his own records, he would plainly be able to see what kind of a doctor this is. But he
Yeah.
portrayed him out to be something else. So I'm going to make a formal complaint on it, because when I talked to his district manager, he lied.
Mhm.
He lied to
I
him.
would too. They do
Yeah,
lie here. It
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it really does go back to the insurance because, if they can't make a profit, they're going to try to find another way to make a profit if they're not altruistic. Same with the pharmacy and same with the doctor. It all has to do with Obamacare. Yeah,
And
the way Obamacare is written, you cannot make a profit unless you lie and cheat. So that's how it is with the insurance companies. The insurance companies rule how all of this goes down, right? So your doctor, if you go in and they're not quite sure about your situation, the first person your doctor is going to contact is the insurance company, right? And the insurance company will tell them what procedure, what exam they are supposed to do, right? So, I mean, especially with your younger doctors and your younger people that work in pharmacy, they're just going to go by the rules, the new rules.
without reading
And
them,
right. And
he
they're going to
actually
quickly.
he has broken the law. That's what I'm trying to bring to people's attention. There
Mhm.
are exemptions. The exemptions are if you are a cancer patient, you're on hospice, you're on
Yeah.
palliative care, or chronic pain management. So those are the exemptions. None of these new laws have anything to do with you. They should just
No.
fill and move on. But they are they're sending away people. And the sad thing, when I was doing the research on what is this guy doing, what gives him this authority, I found articles about people that were committing suicide. I found people that were going to the streets, getting on street stuff, because it was easier for them to get that than to get their own medical doctors' pharmaceutical prescriptions filled.
Yeah, because their doctor makes no money. He makes no money from from seeing them, from examining them, from making
they
a
have the
prescription.
prescriptions, sweetie. They have the
It's
prescriptions. It's the pharmacies aren't filling them.
well,
They're getting stuck at the pharmacy.
yeah. Yeah, I would put that straight on the insurance companies. If the pharmacy is stuck, it's because they're not going to make any money and they're trying to figure out a way to make money. You know, they don't want to work for free for an hour filling your prescription. You know, and the way the insurance companies have it rigged is they're working for free. They can't make money. So they have to cut into you. They have to be invasive to make money.
That's for the doctors.
Or they have to deliver something addictive.
But the pharmacies are the ones that are rejecting these people, not the doctors. The doctors are taking care of that.
Because
still.
it's a
the
dual.
pharmacies.
Because first the doctor bills the insurance and then the pharmacy bills the insurance.
Sure.
So
yeah,
you
I
have
two
both
separate
parties
insurance.
calling the insurance company. Yeah. Yeah. It
the
really
one I
is
have
the
to,
insurance companies that are dictating. Yeah.
The insurance, my one insurance company is for my pharmaceuticals. It's all through my husband, though. I mean, my husband has all the
Yeah.
insurance, thank goodness, like I said. But one of my medications, I can't take generic since they switched over to this one generic and I break out with hives. Okay. So we have to, every year, my doctor has to go through this whole kit and caboodle with the insurance company. So the insurance company will pay the $1,300. And I get approved every year. And they pay the $1,300 every month.
Yeah.
There's nothing for the pharmacy,
Right.
nothing to say. I know what he's getting paid.
Yeah.
And they also charge us $150 for the copay for that one. And obviously there's a problem where I would rather pay $5 for a generic. Thank you very much, rather than $150.
Well,
yeah.
when you consider that those pills, you know, almost all of those pills are just like less than a penny to develop, you know,
A quarter
unless
of a
you're
cent,
talking
maybe.
AIDS drugs or something really high level, you know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's the insurance companies that are making all the money. And they've decided to cut out the doctors and the pharmacies. You know, for the most part, they got greedy with Obamacare. They just got greedy. They decided they were going to collect more. The doctors and pharmacies were going to collect less.
And if anybody else is going through, or you know somebody that's going through this situation, all you have to do is just do a simple search on there are some class action lawsuits against some of the major pharmaceutical, like Walgreens, Rite Aid, several of the mainline pharmacies. There's class action suits for chronic patients that have been getting, care, that all of a sudden they're not reading the law right. They're being refused, treated like criminals. There's a class action suit. Get your name on there and tell them what happened to you. What did they do to you when you went there to pick up your medications? How did they treat you? What happened when they refused you? Because there is lawyers just making bank on this. They've already paid out like $8 billion on one of the class actions, and it was only with 2 women. So, and now there's more. Well, 2 women started it. There had to be a third. It wouldn't be a class action, but yeah.
Yes, I believe that, because if the pharmacy, is treating you like crap, it's probably because they're not making any money from you, because the insurance isn't compensating them. Your insurance isn't good enough for them. It used to be, but it's not anymore. It's kind of ridiculous, because you paid your insurance, anywhere from $50 to $200 that month. But your pharmacy gets none of that. Your pharmacy gets none of that.
Under the
unless your
Obamacare,
doctor, right?
Did you know that we have to play, like, my husband has a spouse. It used to be husband and spouse. There was it was like employee plus spouse, employee plus family. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is no plus spouse. So whether our kids are on the insurance or not, we still pay that high tier. It's employee plus spouse.
That's insane. I mean, doesn't it make, I mean, it just makes me angry. When I first went through this training for this new insurance codes during 2008, during Obamacare, I was outraged, and a lot of people in the conference were outraged because, you know, it's like the insurance company is making total bank, right? And the pharmacy is making nothing, and the doctors are making nothing. And that's why we were outraged, because the people that we were working for, it's like, these are highly educated people, right? And they're working half the day for nothing. They're lucky. They're lucky if half the day for nothing. You know, I mean, it's forcing doctors. It has been since 2008, forcing doctors.
But yeah, that was a shocker. So by the time I got the third prescription written, because they're only, like I said, they're only good for a certain amount of time. They have to be written on a certain pad of paper. They have to have all these different codes and all of it on this prescription pad. Doctors can't even have this prescription pad without having the secondary education in order to be able to fill for chronic patients. So he had to take classes to get certified to be able to even do this, even though he doesn't do it for many people, maybe 2 or 3 maximum out of his whole practice. But he went ahead and got the extra education so he could take care of this. And he is altruistic. He is about the whole body, and he cares about, he just had to, he put me in check on his oath, because I said, hey, I just heard lately there was assisted suicide in California. And he says, yeah, there is. And some doctors do it, you know, you got to, but there's some certain things that you have to qualify for, you know. And I was still under a lot of stress. And, you know, I was like, man, this is just too much. I hang. But then all of a sudden everything just started going up the right direction. But anyways, he said, he then quoted his Hippocratic. He said, Michelle, he said, my first and foremost responsibility is to do no harm.
Right.
I'm here to make you feel better.
Yeah.
I want to make, you know, I'm here to make you better, not worse. So, and you leaving is not an answer. And I was like, well, I'm not thinking, and if he really thought that I was thinking along those lines, he wouldn't have handed me the prescriptions to begin with. It was a fleeting thought, you know, because I had enough. And he knows how long I've been going through it. It was a fleeting thought. Like, I've done what I need to do here. I know my job here is done. Everything that I was supposed to have taken care of that was in that conversation when I was 15.
I beg to differ. Your job is not done.
I understand.
I
understand your perception of this, but what I'm saying, everything I discussed when I was 15, that I was, you know, that was talked to me, and during that when I got hit by that car, and I was gone for 6 days. So everything that was put there, that for the existence, people don't understand. When we just exist, we don't have to be doing anything. Just our very existence can change the dynamics of somebody else's life just by existing, just being here. So it's not that we have to do anything. It's just be here, just be who you are and exist. But everything that was shown to me has already, it's done. So it's like, well, you know, anytime. And I told my husband, I said, look, if something did happen to me after what you've put up with for the past 13 years, I want you to find somebody young and healthy and go have some fun. You know, he didn't sign on for this, but he sure hasn't changed his love for me over it. And I think that's pretty amazing of him. And, but still, I still have those thoughts like, well, gosh darn, you know, I think that, he deserves to be with somebody healthy that can get out and around and do things. And, you know, I'm still limited, but not
Yeah.
as limited as I was when I was on all that medication, the zombie. I don't know how my husband even dealt with me. You know, they're pumping me full of steroids and then doping me out of my mind. And I'm just getting puffing up like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But he kept feeding me and taking care of me.
Yeah. He loves you. Aw. Aw.
You
Now,
know, like
see, there's
steroids.
romantic love for you, people.
Yeah, but
Think there's no such thing as romantic love. Listen to that. That's so sweet.
steroids can make some people moody as
Yeah.
all
Oh,
get
yeah.
out.
Oh, man. Do
Oh
not
boy.
give me steroids, please. That would be bad.
No, I don't think well with the steroid thing. It's like, yeah, my head spins around and he's like waiting for the pea soup to come out, yeah. And they were doing those like directly into the spine. For years I was having that done. Plus they were giving them in the
Ouch.
hip, because they had to try to keep the inflammation down. In the meantime, the muscles got apathetic, muscle apathy. So then it just automatically kept sliding out
Yeah.
of place on the T-spine. So we went and looked into getting one of those little, they have these little devices that they can actually implant in. They're a lot smaller now and a lot better. When this first came about and they talked about it, they were big and clunky and,
Yeah.
so I went about, it was right before Shannon passed. I was at a pain management doctor, and this guy was so out of it, he forgot why I was there. He ordered another MRI. My doctor had ordered 2, and he ordered another one on my lumbar. He forgot that he ordered it, and that's why I was back. I had to pee in a little cup, and I was like, I'm still not pregnant. 5 times in 3 weeks. He did the injections in my spine, which was a precursor to if I would be a good candidate for this little device. And the last time I was in there, he handed me freaking prescriptions, okay, and didn't have the MRI that he ordered, nor did he have the 2 prior. He didn't have my file and completely forgot what the hell I was doing there and tried to put me under. I said, I'm under contract already with another doctor. I cannot take these medications from you. I'm here for the stimulator.
Right.
And when I went back to the doctor, because these were all in between my one visit and my next visit, I went back to my doctor. And I said, that guy's nuts. He doesn't know his head from, in 3 weeks, he's seen me 5 times. And talk about padding the bills.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a procedure peeing in a cup, okay? He charged $670 per UA. So that's bill padding. That's illegal bill padding, like what you're talking about. And to have me do it 5 times within 3 weeks, what? It's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing,
Well,
dude?
and then, I'm sorry. And then if you consider, he's probably adjusting for insurance. So $600, he's probably getting $80 from the insurance company and the rest of it written off. They have to write it off. Like an insurance company will tell you, they'll tell you if you're billing for a doctor, they'll tell you, okay, your doctor is charging too much. And so the insurance company will write off a certain amount that they think is over and above. So $600 is over and above, right? And an average charge for that cost, I don't know, $100. The insurance company may very well tell the doctor, you write off $100 or $500 and you get this. If you don't write it off, you get nothing. So, I mean, they are being forced into being dishonest. That's the truth. Insurance companies are forcing, and especially if they're young, and they have student loans and they have no assets, right?
And they have an office staff, and they have an office, they have
And they
bills, they have
have people to
utilities,
pay.
they have supplies.
Yes, indeed, yes, yeah.
I know how much it costs to do those UAs because when because I was in Oklahoma, we got transferred, right?
Yeah.
I had a doctor, and it's a part of the contract. They have to do at least one like randomly a year, but some of them just have you just come in and it's just a part of the routine. You take your cup, you pee, and you go into your room, and then you get your prescriptions and you leave. Okay, I've been to both kinds of pain management situations, and the one guy was also he was an MD, but he actually worked for the Social Security Department for the Social Security office, and would be the one that wrote up whether or not somebody was truly disabled, which was really interesting. But he ended up being my doctor, and so he's a specialist, but he's also a regular MD. So he only charged me as an MD and only made me pay the copay for a MD rather than a specialist, which is twice as much. And then I said, but you're having me take these UAs. Isn't this costing you more money this way? And he says, I only charge $35 for the UA exam, and I'm making money off of them. So there's nothing to worry about, Michelle. I'm well taken care of here.
That's altruism. They're just lying. He's working for free. I mean, no doctor wants to tell you that I'm just doing this for free. You know, they don't want to say that. Why would you say
it's a different expense in Oklahoma than it is in California.
And every state is different because of the way that the insurance companies are working, divided up by states. Like, say you're in Wyoming and you want to get doctor's insurance, you only have 2 choices, right? And if you're in New York, you get like 40 choices, right? It's by state. And the insurance companies are only covering the states by population. So the larger the population, the more insurance companies you have to choose from, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole system, Obamacare, the way that it I mean, it wasn't that great to begin with, but the way that it changed, it really encourages people to cheat, people to lie, because it really is putting them under, the doctors and the pharmacies, under a lot of pressure. They have to come up with the exact right insurance code that will yield them a profit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then we have your problem between exams and procedures. So sometimes there's the temptation to code an exam as a procedure, and to kind of fudge it and say that a procedure has to invade the body. So I saw Julie, she was getting charged for a procedure for radiation treatment. Well, technically that's an exam, but it's kind of borderline. You know, if I were insurance billing, you know, maybe, because radiation does invade the body. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's kind of borderline. Maybe you could bill that as a procedure and actually make money. I think that's what's going on with her bills, but technically,
they can also
that's
bill if they're a specialist. If you're a pain management doctor, you are a specialist, but it takes further education. You have to have more education to be a pain management doctor.
Yeah, it does.
So he should actually be billing for that whenever I come in for appointments.
Insurance companies do not care about the doctor's level of education. They don't.
It still is a specialist. It still is a specialist appointment.
Yeah, there's no different coding for a specialist versus a generic practitioner. So they don't take that into account, that you've gone to a specialist instead. That really doesn't come into account.
They sure do take it into account on the copay.
Yes, they do. That's how they come to making bank. Your doctor it's not helping your doctor any. He's not getting anything more for having that extra education, which they used to do under the old coding system. Like, the old coding system made sense, did make allowances for specialists, did make allowances for this and that, did allow a profit with an exam. You know, it's just crazy. So the job that I worked, I was doing insurance billing for an optometrist, and an optician. So it was two stores, like the one that would make glasses and the one that would do the exams, and they were married. So when we were doing the old insurance billing, everything both of them did at least made a little bit of profit. Even if it was only $10, they would work. And seriously, my doctor would do he would tell me to code the very lowest exam so that the copay would be really low on the patient, and he would make $5, but it's still a profit, But once ICD-10 and Obamacare came in, it was just impossible. It really did. It drove them both out of business. She couldn't, she had the ability to cut and polish lenses for people's glasses. Well, you can't do that anymore, right? In the United States, you have to send the prescription to a lab in Europe, and a lab in Europe cuts and polishes the lenses and sends them back to America. And the reason why they do that is because the insurance company will not allow opticians in America to cut and polish their own glasses lenses. Right? So it's more expensive. Someone else has to do it because the insurance company says so. She fucking took all her equipment and put it in the back room and cried, because she loved doing this. She loved cutting the lenses and making the glasses for people.
It's more expensive
and
to
the insurance companies
wouldn't just want it to be done here. I mean, I don't get it.
Because the insurance companies are telling Americans that the lenses made in Europe are superior to any lenses that any American can cut. Right? Nobody in America is qualified. It's only these big companies in Europe that are qualified to cut lenses.
How friendly of them.
Yes. Well, they make a lot of money that way. The insurance company makes bank. Obama, the whole bill it's nothing but adjustments so that insurance companies can make more money.
Yeah, because I'm going to tell you, every year our premium has went up.
Yes.
Up. It's not. I don't think the doctors are getting paid anymore. What I mean. The disbursements
they're getting paid less.
Aren't changing. It's just what we're paying is. I mean, it's through the roof now. I mean, we've went up hundreds of dollars per year over the past 3-4 years now. It never went down. Our insurance never went down ever. It's only went one direction.
It will never go down. It will never go down. These insurance companies, and then when Obamacare came out, they posed themselves as the big heroes and used that as an excuse to raise their rates. It's
Voynich here. I'm gonna put the link in there again. He's not in here with us, but hopefully he will be because
come in.
Yeah, somebody come on in. Hi, what's that? Myrna is here. Knowing 221 the GPK. I'm gonna try to say hi to everybody real quick. And we've been griping about pharmacies denying to fill people's legal and legitimate prescriptions. We've been talking about how the insurance is going up, and the providers are getting paid down. And some things that, these things we talk about them, but we bring it out in the open so we can put a way of correcting it, of putting it out that we're going to put the message out that people should be paid what they're worth. If you're going to be cheating the system, then you should be exposed for that, got rid of, and the people who are actually doing right and the altruistic and whole body treatments, they're the ones that should be being paid correctly for their education level and for what they do for people. And she fell out again. So that's what we've been talking about. So hopefully she didn't get a little crazy with her buttons. And in the meantime, I'm going to, hopefully I'll be able to go to the bathroom and be back before this is over.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Oh, you know you like that. You know you like that. No, I like that. Voynich, Dead, Michael Fontaine, Long Reach, who keeps falling out. Anybody, come on in. I'm trying to go as long of a stream. I've been kind of neglecting everybody a little bit, but and I did explain earlier, Voynich, which you probably missed, on why I didn't stay in your live chat too long. On the last one, I was having serious pain issues, and in the midst of a turmoil that finally has been resolved and everything's under control. So yeah, and not only that, I kind of wanted to get to know what's her name? Allie. And she seemed like a very nice lady, and she kind of followed me in, and then so I could sit there and chat and listen and enjoy the flow of the stream without being on there. It wasn't to disappoint Prelim in any way, shape, or form. I just was not feeling 100% that day. So anyways, there's the link. Come into the yard. No trolls. All good. Come share. I mean, we were just having an amazing conversation with information from an insider who knows all about billing coding and a lot of the ins and outs of what goes on behind the scenes that we as the patients do not see. I do know that it is reflecting on that the doctors mentioned this, but by her sharing that information with us, kind of gives us a different view, a different vantage point, seeing it from the insider on how much they're shorted. It's not from lack of us paying. We're paying more for our insurance. They're just paying less for our procedures or our visits, our appointments, or anything that we're needing done. So we're paying more and they're dispersing less. So I'm sorry. I was an accountant. I've got my degree in accounting, and those numbers don't add up. There's something that needs to be corrected here. The Obamacare was supposed to be the Affordable Care Act, right? Well, we can't afford our Care Act. It's killing us. The insurance premiums alone are so high. And then when you've got the co-pays and deductibles and all that other stuff to deal with. So if she'd like to come back in and finish telling us about the coding part, that would be awesome. Anybody has anything they want to share, the ins and outs of court, we talked about that and how that's in the past, that's over with. And as we think it, at least this has been going on with me, as I think on things, they're happening like almost instantly. Like I thought on I have two brothers. I thought on my one brother, and then he called me and said that he wanted to come out and visit. And an hour and a half later, he was in the car driving out here. He was here the next day. He spent a week here with me. And then my brother, and he's the one that lives halfway across the country. And then the one that lives all the way across the country is here now too. So, I mean, it's just amazing that you think it, and there they are. And the same with even the medication. I had to stop focusing on the problem that I was having and focusing on that everything's going to be okay. And you know what? Instantly, it was okay. It was a done deal. But, in the meantime, I think maybe it's like unveiling or, showing the true colors behind certain situations of what Longreach was just talking about with the, they're refusing to give people proper medications because they're not making profit from the people.
That's right.
That's it.
Right. That's right. They're making nothing. I mean, imagine going to school, higher education for 6 years and how much that costs, right? And then you go into private practice, and you've bought a building and you've taken out a loan, right? Mm-hmm. And it could even be a 30-year loan. And you can't make any money. Like sometimes you might work from 8 a.m. till noon and make nothing. Who does that?
He used to make money.
Yeah, they before the new coding system. Mm-hmm. See, the old coding system was called ICD-10 or ICD-9, and they made profit from an ICD-9 code. Any ICD-9 code that they would bill to the insurance company, they would make something. It might be only $5, or it might be
profit though,
$100, but it was something. But nowadays, if they bill an insurance company, they might make nothing. Literally, doctors are being forced into either being cheats and liars or being altruistic, and I know doctors are not saying this, but they are sacrificing their property. They are not paying their student loans, all of that kind of thing. They're working for free for you a lot of times. And that's the truth. That's the truth. So if you think that your doctor is doing good for you, I mean, just treat him good, because he might be working for free for you.
My doctor finally had to, because he has all those underneath of him and all that responsibility. He went into a program. It's called MDVIP. So he only gets a certain amount of patients, but we get the one-on-one care and we get 24-hour care. Like if I need something, like I get sick over the weekend, or maybe I fall down, we've got his direct cell number, and he'll meet us at the office. He'll come in immediately. Now we have to pay for this, and he went under contract with them for 5 years. He had to figure out a way, but with whatever it is that we pay to be a member, we get the full exam that we don't get till we're 65. So all of our blood work, all of our organs, everything that wellness check that we don't get till we're, 65 years old, we get now. So he checks everything. He puts these little gizmos and stuff and electrodes on us and spins us around in these things, and all these little pumps pump up on our arms and legs, and does all these weird machines and all this blood work. But it is such a thorough
you make it sound like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh my husband went first. Okay, long reach. He went in first, and when my husband told me about this physical, I was scared. I was like, I don't even want to make my appointment. Well, his first time, he was like on us about, you need to come in and we need to do your wellness check. We need to do your, because that's how the billing is justified.
Right.
Is this wellness check, which is worth way more than what we give them to be a member of this. But
so it's the doctors. So just to be clear, it's the doctors in your area that they formed a co-op, right? And they agreed to share profit. But I will tell you, most likely, since it's after hours, insurance companies have things about working hours, right? So since it's after hours, your doctor is allowed to bill you without without also billing the insurance company, and they co-op that, and they all are sharing in that profit.
I don't know.
Idea. That's a good idea.
I don't really know, but I know that this program that he's in is nationwide. So like, let's say I went on a trip and something happened to me, and let's say I'm up in New York and I fall down. I call him, or I also have internet access, direct messaging to him. And then he will contact, if he can't take care of it, he will contact another provider that is in that area and get me straight in there to get looked at, depending on what the injury or the situation is. So,
and they're going to tell the insurance company that they were working after hours or before hours.
I mean, would be during regular hours.
So that the insurance company stays out of it. Because if it's after and before hours, the insurance company has no say in what you do.
Really?
Right? Because the doctor, technically, he's volunteering for you, and he is taking donations from you. So they could take donations on a monthly basis in a co-op and then share the profit. Everybody gets an equal share all around. Yeah, that's a smart idea.
But it's not a co-op. What is paid for is what goes for that physical. That's it.
Right.
They don't bill the insurance for the physical. That physical is paid for whatever the dues is to be a part of this program. And I'm going to tell you, this program has been amazing, but I don't know if he's going to stay on it. He's about up to his 5th year, and he may come off of it, but I'm afraid to see what's going to happen to him if he comes off of it, because he doesn't get everything, because MDVIP is a corporation. So they run the internet, and they've got their little hands in the pot, in their pie too. So he only gets a part of it. So I just, it's a wonderful program. I know he got to take less patients, and I know that he was able to get home before 11 o'clock at night and spend time with his children and family, where before he was up doing file work and paperwork and stuff until wee hours of the morning, and then happened to be back in at 6 a.m.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And that's what you have to do. If some of the hours of your day you're working for free, you have to find a way to compensate, and it means working more after hours. The insurance companies, they have restrictions on time of day that the doctors can work and charge for insurance. So it's 8 to 5. local time. So anything after that, they don't have to bill the insurance company. They don't have to bill your insurance company for that procedure or exam. And okay, here's another thing, and I just want to bring this up. If you want to help your doctor, cash payments are best. Just offer to make cash payments, offer to make monthly payments, whatever you can do, because cash payments help your doctor. That's total profit for him. You know, if you have no insurance, but you're willing to make cash payments, they will take you. They will take you because they will make more money off of you than they will with the people with insurance. It's true. So I would just, you know, I forego the insurance, and when I go to a doctor, I offer to make cash payments. They don't have to report it. They don't have to tell anybody that they examined you. And it's all profit for them.
When I paste my link for StreamYard in the chat room, does it show up for you guys?
I see it. Yeah.
You see it? Okay.
Yeah. For some reason, they weren't showing up your links at first.
Because I don't know. Maybe I need to make myself a moderator. I would think since I'm the channel owner that it should show up. I don't know.
Are you all right? I don't know.
You guys let me know if you can see it. If you can't, we'll figure something.
I can see it.
You can? Because otherwise I could open Facebook up and give it to Dead GPK if he's still around. I'm sure he'd be good about posting it.
Somebody else call in.
Yeah, it's just I feel like all you have to do is click the link and
I've said enough.
It will bring you straight on in. And you know, I appreciate seeing it from the other perspective. And you know, you're right. The insurance companies are getting fatter, and the doctors are getting less. Pharmacies are getting less, and they're getting more out of the people for the premiums. So there's something lopsided. So, you know, when we bring this stuff out to the open, we know where to send our energy to put things back into balance, into the way that it should be. I don't want somebody that is sneaky or criminalistic to have any authority over my health and my well-being. I want something altruistic and that's going to treat the whole body and care about my well-being.
Right.
Not about
if you think about it, we've been programmed to believe that we need insurance, right?
Right.
But the whole deal with insurance is it drove doctors' rates up in the first place, right? So the doctors' rates went up because of the insurance, and then more people are like, well, we need insurance to pay these high doctors' rates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at it, when I was born, my mom was telling me about this. When I was born, it cost $600 in 1973. Now, when my son Jacob was born or my son Andrew was born in 2009, it cost $6,000. And then when my son Jacob was born, it cost $12,000 2 years later. Right? So we're looking at $600 in 20 years to $12,000. You know, and that is a ridiculous. And all of that cost is driven up by insurance. So if we pay doctors cash, they make more, and we actually pay less because we're not paying an insurance. I do not have insurance. I do not pay an insurance company. I will go into a doctor, an eye doctor, a dentist, anybody, and I will offer cash, and they take it. They take it. Mm-hmm. And it costs me less. It costs me less over time to do that. So the insurance companies, it's kind of like an unnecessary middleman. It really is. We do not need insurance. That's a program. We don't need that. Imagine if we didn't have insurance and right now I had a baby and all I had to pay was $600. You know, And that's straight profit for the doctor. Maybe 500 profit for him, you know?
And well, whatever he had to pay to his staff and all that stuff too, overhead.
Yeah. I mean, we take that out. But yeah, I mean, he makes a lot more money that way.
Well, healthy people, heck yeah. But like people
Yeah.
like me that have chronic issue, and like right now I need surgery, and I have been
Yeah.
putting it off and putting it off. And after this last little kerfuckle with this pharmacist that you know, the pharmacist for some reason with this 2020 new vamping, it gives the pharmacist more power, but at the same time they're not reading the entire thing all the way through because they're not reading the exemptions, and then they're also treating everybody that they are doctor hopping, pharmacy shopping, and, or that they are writing their own prescriptions or illegally writing or photocopy. I research everything under the sun to try to find out how could this happen after using the same pharmacy for over 10 years and it's only been reduced. How could he just do that just because the one retired? It was crazy.
An exemption is just a write-off for the doctor. So the doctor, that's money that he charged, but he has to write it off. So he
an exemption to this new opioid law.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's the thing. The insurance, like the insurance billing clerk, and you're an accountant, you understand this. So the insurance billing clerk, when the patient has an exemption, the billing clerk actually has to write that amount off in profit, because that amount is going to be the insurance company is going to dictate the payment and the write-off to the doctor. So the exemption and the write-off are usually the same amount. So if it's an exemption for you, it's a write-off for the doctor. So if you pay $50 less, the doctor collects $50 less.
Yeah, I'm talking about an exemption on the 2020 laws that are coming from the governmental house, the one that Trump put in place against a war against drugs on opioids. Yeah. Exempt people. The exemptions that I'm talking about are those patients or the people who they have cancer, they're on hospice or chronic pain management or palliatory care, which you have a caregiver. They're exempt. They cannot refuse to fill their medications. They're breaking the law. They're treating everybody as acute. They're thinking that these doctors are right. See, with the acute, you're only allowed to write for 3 days on the onset of the injury, and then after that, they can call to get. They'll get a reduced amount for an additional 10 days. But people need to realize that too. They're only getting 3 days of medication. Don't think that you're getting 2 weeks of medication when you leave after having a surgery or something. You're only getting 3 now. That's the law.
That's insane. And you know that what that is the pharmacy is giving you free pills. They don't make anything off that.
No, they still charge you your copay and they bill the insurance. And then 3 days later, they charge you the copay and they bill your insurance again under the new law. And the pharmacy tries to give me a week's supply and charge my insurance full price, and then have me come back get another week's supply, charge me again the $150 copay, and then charge my insurance full price. So he was trying to get it, so I had to pay him $450 in 1 month, which is over half my Social Security, about half my Social Security income for one of my medications, because he refused to fill it. I mean,
because what happens then is the insurance company will actually put the doctor into the negative. So that $450, your doctor's into negative $450, and he has to pay that $450 to the insurance company, and he makes nothing.
How would the doctor have to? I don't understand how.
I'm sorry, the pharmacy. Yeah, they don't. It's An insurance company can force the pharmacy, they can force the doctor into a negative balance on an exam or a prescription.
Marina, what I found in my research after this happened, after being with the same pharmacy for over a decade, is that there is class action lawsuits going on against several pharmacies for denying these exempt classifications of individuals whom are being refused their medications. They're being treated like criminals. Not only that,
Yeah.
they're getting yelled at, cussed out. I mean, I got cussed out by this. I don't know if it was a man or a woman because of the hair. She was Oriental, or he was Oriental.
I can't.
I had the drawer open in the drive-through and opened up the inside and just blah, 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 and just was, I mean, I felt this tall. I started shaking. I broke out in hives. I started crying. My brother was like, pull out. I said, I can't pull out. I'm going to hit the dang thing. They got it all the way freaking open. It's like almost touching my window. I was stuck until she got done, or he got done, giving me the riot act. I mean, just the riot act. And it was after talking to that other pharmacist. They were fine before that. And then when I transferred my medications over there and went down and got the new, had to have them rewritten out. And then when I went to drop them off at the drive-through, oh my goodness, I was everything but a white woman. I mean, I was called, oh my gosh. And I felt like a criminal. I felt dirty. I felt less than human, worthless.
Sick.
It was awful. And
Sick.
I found out they're one of them that's listed on the class action, because I'm not an isolated incident. But what I'm saying is educate yourselves.
No.
Everybody educate yourselves on this law, and educate yourselves on what your rights are and what you can do if this is happening to you or somebody else you love.
Totally.
Yes.
And I'm just going to repeat myself. Pay your doctors cash, offer cash, just offer cash. I mean, you will save money. Don't pay these insurance companies. This is my idea. Just don't. It's a total scam. Insurance used to be something that we could use that would save us money. But when you're paying over the year and you're paying more into insurance than you would pay over your doctor bills, think about that. Why are you going into debt over doctor bills that you're not using? You know, it's actually better to take the risk. At this point, it's better to take the risk. I mean, that's my point of view. It's only my opinion. But
if Walgreens already settled for $8 billion on one of the suits against them, they're making money, honey.
Yes.
The pharmacies are making money. So if
they're all making money.
Yeah,
they're all making money off of it, except the people that are helping us.
Yeah, the doctors are not getting diddly.
It's liars and cheats that are making money. Nobody else is making money. If you're an honest doctor or you're an honest pharmacy and you really care about helping people, you cannot make money. Just the way this fee system works is it is slowly kicking out every honest person, just kicking you out, right? So you can't make money if you're honest. They're just kicking us all out.
And as time is going on, like as we're refining, and she was asking about what's health insurance going to look like in the future. Well, what's going to happen is we're refining, and I've got some things that hit me hard and fast, which kind of stunted my progression. But we start to age regress. Our bodies start to get better. My body started healing. My doctor, I was having heart problems, and he told me I had to lose weight. My heart was having an irregular heartbeat, and it was going way too fast. This was still in the steroid phase of overweight, and still working on this. I went home and just changed my perception on food. I said, food is for pleasure. I'm not going to believe the lie that it's through the lips to the hips anymore. And I started dropping weight. It started, I didn't change my diet. My doctor said, what diet are you on? Because by the next month, I had lost, like the first month, 20 pounds. Okay. He's like, what diet are you on? I said, I'm on this seafood diet. And he's like, seafood diet. I'm like, okay, try to play like he knew. And the next month, I lost 15 pounds. And then the month after, I lost an additional 15 pounds. He's like, I have to know what you're doing. You've lost 50 pounds in the past 3 months. What is
That's
this
a lot.
food diet? Honey, you have no idea how overweight I
Wow.
was. I mean,
Wow.
oh my God. I mean, I
weighed
I
270. I weighed 170, almost 200 pounds after I had my second son. I was like a beach ball. Seriously.
I weighed more than that. I weighed more than it was the steroids, the lack of mobility,
Yeah.
and puffed up. And he's like, okay,
Yeah.
tell me more about this seafood diet. And I said, okay, I'll tell you more about this seafood diet. I see the food and I eat it. I want it. And it was on Christmas time, and I brought in a tray of cookies, Christmas cookies, and I put them up on the counter. Was at the third month, and he said, the girls we can't eat that. That's not on our diet. I said, they're fat free. So then he called me back, and I was in the room, and he comes in with a cookie in his mouth. He goes, I can't believe these are fat free. And I said, yeah, all the fat you want for free. And then I told him about the seafood diet because he wanted to know, how are you losing this weight? And I said, I changed my thinking. I didn't believe. And once I changed my thought, I never changed my diet. Never.
Yeah.
I eat whatever I want. What my body wants, I eat. I eat it.
Right.
And
you know what? And actually probably your diet did change because the way you were thinking changed the way that your body craved food. Right?
Honey, if I wanted a McDonald's hamburger, I wouldn't have one. I just like
too.
I did before. I mean, nothing changed to my diet. I still drink Dr. Pepper.
I have to say though, the last time I was actually a Burger King. I wanted a Burger King burger, right? And this was like 2 weeks ago, and I went and had it, and it was so delicious. And then I felt like crap, like it was horrible. It just I was hungry like an hour later. The lettuce was all slimy and weird. I was like,
I thought it was
meat
delicious.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. It's like, actually that's a whole different topic, the way they've changed the food, but yeah, you're right though. It is how you view it, because
advertising wouldn't work if it didn't work that way, right?
Yeah. My sister, she eats a lot of junk food, Cheetos and Doritos and chips and those kind of things. She's really into the snack food, the fattening snack food. And she weighs over 300 pounds. And she would buy exercise equipment and then just break it because she was so heavy.
Oh.
Right? I know, it's really sad. And I talked to her over and over and over. But the thing is she always had this mental thing. She'd open the bag, she'd say, I'm going to get fat. And start eating.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're onto something there.
The only thing I didn't like was the loose skin. I was like, oh, and then I dealt with that too. And then I started swimming because I can't do regular exercising, but I can do swim therapy. And I started building muscle tone. I started getting a little bit of weight back, but it was muscle tone. It was because fat weighs a lot less. So, when you lose 90 to 100 pounds of fat, you're pretty big. You're pretty out of proportion. But I have to say that I was in, I've got my skinny pants, got my medium pants, got my, little bit, and then I got my, oh my God, pants. Okay. I got all 4 sizes in there, and I'm back into my, my skinny pants. And I'm kind of glad I didn't toss them because they're like brand new looking jeans. And then I just puffed up like and that's not good for your heart or your body, your blood pressure. Everything kind of went along and amplified from that injury. And then the treatments with the steroids and all of that. But
that probably had a lot to do with it too, the steroids,
Well, I on the steroids, but was it my thought of that the steroids were puffing me up? I don't know. I had a different perception back then.
I
Because I
don't,
still
you
had
know,
steroid shots like a year and a half ago, and they didn't do that to me.
yeah, and we're changing. I talked to Sharky, Sharky Tan Na the other day, and we were talking about our teeth, how they don't hurt. Even if you have a cavity, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's like our bodies are changing. So I found that too. Like I can eat a lot more now than I used to be able to. And I'm not doing any more exercise or anything different really, but it seems to go through a lot faster. It just seems to process a lot more efficiently. Is that what I think
Yeah,
that's what you're kind of saying.
eating more now
Hmm.
than I did before. I used to be able to, like, I would eat one day and then I wouldn't eat the next day. But then I found out that what was happening was my body was going into storage mode. So it didn't know when it was going to be fed again. Because I told my husband, I said,
Yeah.
I'm great all day long and I'm always hungry. So I'm always shoveling it in and then I'm still losing weight. What's the deal here? So, some of it could be
Yeah.
physical, but a lot of it had to do with my mind. It really had to, when
It
I
does.
changed my perception, the weight, I mean, immediately 20 pounds in a month. What? I wouldn't have believed it myself, but it's on my
Yeah.
medical records. If it didn't truly happen, I mean,
It's almost
my
like,
doctor's like, what?
right. It's almost like getting down on yourself causes yourself to get fat. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
It's
Yes.
almost like the more down on yourself you are, the more physical effects you're having. Does that make sense? I
Yeah.
kind
And
of
the more
noticed that.
that we're going through this refinement, we're looking younger and healthier. We're feeling better. We're more energized. And I've been through what I would call um, hell. Hell is a place that we can experience
Yeah.
here. Okay,
Yes.
so let's not stop thinking into someplace we're going to go later. Get over that. We can experience here in the
No.
now.
No. Yeah.
What we're dealing with and how we react to it, and how others around us are reacting. We kind of all vibe off of each other,
Right.
and we get each other's energies and stuff. So I would try to take things up to the highest level. But when you're talking about a child, my heart
Yeah.
destroyed. It's destroyed. So it's really hard. It was really hard. So I kind of everything kind of slowed down.
God, that
Uh,
was so hard for
And
you.
then
I mean, just it was unbelievable. I couldn't
what?
believe it.
And
I
I
couldn't
get
believe it when that all that
hammered on
went
with
down.
strange places too. It's like, I got this going on and then bam. And maybe it felt like a hammer. Maybe it was just a light little tap. But what I was already dealing with, it would feel like a hammer. Oh, I'm going to sue
Yeah.
you. It felt like a hammer. Somebody just hammered on my head that I thought was a
Oh
friend. I was like,
yeah.
oh my God, what did I mean, everything just seems so amplified. But now it's like I thought it. We talked about it. It manifested. That is what is going to happen. He's still, he's going to come out of there clean. He's going to come out of there a new person, and he's going to be in his children's life as a man, and he's not, he's going to change his ways. I'm hoping. That's my hope for this man. But I can't change him. Only when I can change is here in me. I can just hope that whatever it is that I push towards him isn't going to hobble him in any way, or take anything away from his
God,
growth.
you're giving him a chance for life. I can't even, I'm just boggled because I'm with your husband, like put him in prison forever. But it's like you're just at a higher level of forgiveness here because I would still be, I mean, just knowing you and knowing what happened, you know,
Yeah,
if
but
I
there was
see
two
this person
drivers.
in person, I'd probably fucking freak out on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't even
There was two
understand it.
drivers.
The level of forgiveness is like way, way higher, Michelle. I mean, yeah, this person, yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
It was really stupid what they did. It was really, really stupid at the least.
but they didn't plan it. It wasn't a
No.
planned thing. It was a crash. Both of them were at fault. So if you're going to charge one, you charge them both. I'm still weighing it out as the scales of justice. Both of them were behind the
I'm
wheel.
not sure. I mean, the daughter's, your daughter's boyfriend stopped at the stop sign.
wasn't a boyfriend.
Well, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was a male friend. Yeah. Okay.
The male, the ex, the friend that used to be her boyfriend.
No, she broke up with the boyfriend
Right.
and
Right.
cleared away from him. And then she liked to go and play those games. She was playing the games at the little casino thingy. And this guy shows up and he has machines. He's bringing in his machines and he offered her a job. So that's how she
Oh,
met this guy. She
right,
only
right.
knew him and she was working. He was as old as my husband. And
Oh,
I
I was
asked her,
thinking
I
that
said,
she had known him before he offered the job.
no,
I was
no.
thinking that she
He just
dated
got
him
out of
and then broke
prison.
off and then went with the other guy and then yeah, okay.
He had just barely got out of prison. I found that
Right.
all out after, and they thought he was drunk because the officer smelled alcohol, but he had no alcohol in his system based on the blood work that the hospital took. There's so many holes in the story.
I didn't know that.
And
He
he
had no
almost
alcohol.
died. He was hanging out of the car
Yeah,
unconscious.
I
So, and
remember that.
the other driver, the one that hit right where my daughter was, he was the one out walking around and talking, uninjured.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
what we have found out on both sides of the issue here is both had some negligence here, both parties. Now, I'm not going to tell you he was completely sober, but I'm not going to tell you
Right.
that I know how long something will stay in somebody's system, or if it, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
How long it takes to be considered under the influence of something. I know, like if somebody smokes marijuana, it could have been freaking 25 days ago and they're
Right,
completely not on it now, but it still shows up in their system. So you
right.
can't prove to me that he was under the influence. So I have my value system of trying to weigh this out and
Right.
also communicating with my daughter. What
And
happened? What do you want to see come from
right.
this?
And
And
you still see her, you're still seeing her, like, I know you
mm,
did a video where she actually, her like shadow was there.
oh, you saw her?
Yeah, you remember that? You did a video and you were like, I think my daughter's behind me,
Mm.
something like that.
She's always close to me. I had that dream that this was amazing. I was in a master bedroom in this like mansion, and it was a awesome master bedroom. I mean, I was like, wow, this is a really nice place. It was a really upgrade from where I'm at here. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I walk down these stairs and I go to this other one and I walk in and I go into this master bedroom. And then this one has a sliding glass door to this open patio, but one of the sliding glass doors, halfway filled up, was like underwater, and you could see sea turtles and stuff swimming. And then it was a white uh, bed covering. I mean, in this master bedroom beat the one that I was just in all get out. I mean, this thing, I was like, whoa, no, this should be where your dad and I should be. This one's awesome. And then the sliding glass door opened up and there was like a hot tub and the garden. And then I look in the bed and she's laying in the bed and I could
Mhm.
see her face. And then she stood up. When she stood up, she was so bright. And this expansion came out from around her. And she told me that she loved me and that she's okay. And
Aw.
I was just like, this is your master bedroom? And I was
Aw.
still thinking, this should be your dad and I's. You should move because that's how real
Mansions in heaven. Mansions in heaven.
that in my father's house, there's many mansions. I guess, it was a way of talking to me in a symbolic way for
Yeah.
her to come across where I wouldn't get scared and that I could get the message that she's okay.
Right. Right.
My goodness gracious, I have never seen anything so beautiful, but I would not have recognized her if I would have walked in and she was standing. She had to be laying down and covered so I
Right.
could see her face. And I didn't notice
Right.
her right away, but then I was able to see her. And then when I saw who it was, And then she stood up, like she was in her human form, and then she stood up, and I was like, oh my gosh. So she comes to me and talks to me, and she tries to reassure me. She tries to warm my heart. She tries to put me at peace. But I still miss the hugs. I want to hug her.
God.
And
It's the worst thing for a mother to lose their children. I mean, of all the deaths in this world, for a mother to lose their children, I think is probably the most painful. You know,
yeah,
I just can't imagine.
It's so out of sync. I'm supposed to go first, not her.
Your children are supposed to live past you. You know, they're supposed to. That's when you give birth to them. That's what you expect. That this child will live way beyond me. You know, that's one of your first thoughts. I think when you give birth. At least it was mine.
I had one daughter.
You know, the child is
just
bigger.
One of each. That's it. One of each. And and she didn't even get a chance to really be loved, because she would pick the bad boy. You know, she had a pure heart. She would fall head over heels and trust him, and she deserved to be loved the way that she loved. And it would have been nice to have married her, you know, to have planned a wedding with her and had grandchildren. But you know what? It's okay. I've got my son, and I've got a granddaughter. He's already given me one. And then my husband has children.
She's okay though. She's happy now. She does not have the suffering that the rest of us are having here.
No, that's correct.
Everything where she is happy, and the people around her are happy, and it's good. It's all good for her. It's us that are still having
she sees everything through the lens of love. Everything.
Yeah.
Everything through the lens of love. So, and when she just wanted to bring comfort. Oh, and when right after this happened, she was doing her laundry because she was getting ready to get on the plane, and she was supposed to be at my house at 5, and the coroner came at midnight to tell me what happened. Well, she twisted the handle on the dryer, and it busted. Well, my parents came down immediately, and they had to scoop up their clothes because they were already on a trip, and just come down. They needed to do laundry. And then my mom tried to turn the dryer on, and the handle came off in her hand. And she's like, I didn't do this, but it's broken. And then I had I had a dream saying, Grandma didn't do that, Mommy. I did. I'm so sorry. Don't blame Grandma.
Oh.
I was like, really? You're here now? You're breaking all my stuff, and my daughter.
Coming back from heaven to apologize for broken dryer handle.
She had gone too far. This was shortly after. I don't really think she moved over until we I actually saw her.
Right.
Body, because the energy, I felt her essence so powerful in there.
I remember you saying that. Yeah, I remember you saying that. You would call me, and you'd be like, I just feel her. I feel her around me and everything. And just, wow, that was hard.
If they're in here, obvious. They're never as far as our heart is. Everybody that we know. Yep. You okay?
Yeah, I'm
you know what? We're going to take...
You should be the one that's not okay. I'm okay.
I'm okay, but we're going to take a little upbeat break. So hang in there with me. I'm going to go use the little girl's room, and let me do this for you one more time.
Okay.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
What's your language, Missy?
Oh, what?
I approve that comment, Missy.
What? That was my.
No,
I have not yet begun to swear.
No, you have not. No, actually, you're not the same person, and you actually you are the same person. You're the real you.
I've changed a lot. I actually have. It's almost like throughout my whole life, like every 3-4 years, I change. I've always been kind of, going in and looking at things and trying to change things and just trying to be better. I don't want to be the same person forever and ever. I want to always be evolving. And changing. Yeah. Because, I mean, my grandparents, they were both like that. They did it together. They would say, actually, what I just said, they would say that to each other, like, let's evolve. Let's try to figure out. They were always trying to figure out things about each other. They would sit and talk all the time about each other, and never be offended. Never be offended. Grandpa would say, Grandma, you this, that, and the other, and it's not so good. And Grandma would say, yeah, she kind of like this, and she'd take a half hour or so, and then she'd be like, well, maybe I could kind of do this different, and Grandpa would be like, maybe I was too harsh on you, Grandma, kind of thing. And he'd say, well, I could meet you halfway this way or that way. And they did. And they were together. And he died at 96 and she was 86. So, they were together from the time that he was 26 and she was 16. So that's 60 years together.
Wow.
Yeah. And they loved each other. They were always talking things through together, always trying to improve each other. Always. Yeah, and always making agreements and deals and compromises. Always. They had to constantly adjust to things that were going on around them. And that was a really good relationship. Although, unfortunately, and what I learned is even if you have a really good relationship, some of your kids might turn out good and some of them might not. It's just, I never did figure that out, but they were good parents, but not all their kids turned out good. So
Yeah, I think it has to do with the personality, how we interpret the world around us and the circumstances that come about our situation. How is it that we react,
yeah,
or are we interacting, or are we reacting? Are we getting defensive, or are we
oh yeah,
taking things into ourself? And like, as you just gave a perfect example of enlightening, or evolving,
right.
constantly introspecting to make yourself a better person. How can I be better next time this situation or that situation
I
comes
think
around?
that's,
Is
yeah, I really think,
exactly
yeah,
awesome.
that,
I couldn't
that
have said
is
it
what
better
they
myself.
taught me, because they would go through the situations of the day. They were always, it was what was going on that day. At the end of the day, they would talk about, at the beginning of the day, they would talk about what they were going to do. At the end of the day, they would talk about what they did, and how it went, and whether it could be better, or whether, whether they should have even done it, you know. They would always discuss what the day, what was going on that day, you know. So
Yeah.
it would be really trivial
And then
things or really important things. It would be like making butter. "Oh, Grandma, maybe you should have turned that butter another half an hour. It was kind of slimy." It was kind of things like that, to really important things like legal stuff. Yeah,
yep. And
it
see,
was
that's what it boils
communication. It was
down to.
just communication was the key. That was all. They could
Are we
yell. They would yell at each other, and they would. My grandma would cry, and my grandpa would be all mad, and mad. He'd tell everybody to get the fuck out of the house right now and everything. But then
out
the
on the
next
street?
day
I'm gonna
they'd
have
be,
to point that out.
and the next day they'd be kissing and hugging and loving again, and it was all right. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Are we getting to the point where instead of going to our doctor, we're gonna have to call our local representative or senator for our health reasons?
Oh God.
Saying that sarcastically, but is it coming down to that? I mean, all these regulations, all this law that's coming down that's restricting insurance paying the doctors, and it's also restricting them prescribing proper medication and treatment to their patients. So they're governing and putting all these laws in place when everybody's unique and everybody has a situation, and they're putting blanket statements over
Well,
a population. It's wrong. It's
there
overreaching.
there's always a middleman now, right? Like, you and your doctor cannot decide alone. You have to have some sort of middleman. It's that doesn't know either one of you, and doesn't, and lives far away. How does that make sense? But one of the
It
things I've
doesn't.
always thought about is I don't need a middleman when I'm working with someone. If I have to work with a middleman, there's something wrong, and that the middleman is like a grifter. They're just grifting money off of this whole situation that they don't even need to be in. And that's how I view insurance companies, for sure. They're just a middleman. We don't need them. Political parties, same thing. It's a middleman. We don't need them. Their jobs are useless. That's just my opinion. I know people have other opinions. I know people have other
Well,
opinions on that, and that's probably a little radical, but
my husband's company they're considered self-insured. So whenever we use an insurance company, all they do is they're like repricers. That's all they use them for, because the company pays all of them. They just pay the insurance to be the repricers. That's all. That's all they do. They don't pay anything out or nothing. So it's actually no skin off their nose to say, okay, we're going to pay this doctor $90
right.
because they're not actually paying it. The company pays it. They're just repricers.
Yeah.
So I know that they still take care of they still take care of business with the doctors and things of that nature. I've seen the checks. I've seen the disbursements. We get records of all of that.
Yeah,
We get
yeah.
proof of payment,
You're
stuff like
supposed
that.
to.
So
If you don't, if
we're
you're not
on
getting those
private
records, that's a red flag. Yeah.
Oh my God. But see, we're still on private insurance that's through his work. But the premiums have went through the roof, but
Yes.
the payments are still being dispersed out. Do I think it's equitable compared to how much our premiums went up? No. How
Well,
much more we're paying versus what the doctor's receiving did not increase by how our premiums have went up.
right. And then this goes back to what I was saying. When on your bill it says a disbursement, on their bill, on their reimbursement, it will say disbursement, like say $100, and then it will say write off $100. And then it will say collecting 0. See what I'm saying? The disbursements, the write-offs, and all of that. I mean, you're an accountant, you kind of see how they're doing that. And then the insurance company gets the whole $100. Yeah, it's maddening. It is maddening. It's just, it makes me angry because I know that a lot of doctors, and I went to school with a lot of kids that wanted to be doctors, and you know, they don't start out like, I'm going to be a doctor and I'm going to make a lot of money. You know, usually they start out with, I'm going to be a doctor and I'm going to help people. You know, they want to help people. And I firmly believe that. And maybe I'm naive or whatever, but I do think that most people go into the jobs that they are in because they wanted to help people or they wanted to cut hair, they enjoy it or whatever it is. You know, it's not for money.
I bet hairstylists make more than doctors do nowadays.
I'm not
Let's see.
surprised. I'm not surprised. I make more than doctors do nowadays. You know, if I was doing exams all day, I wouldn't make any money at all. They don't make any money at all for doing exams all day. That's nothing. They have to figure out a way to do an invasive procedure to make money. Unfortunately, you know, or they do it honestly and then they just take the money that they honestly get and then they just work with it that way. So,
Okay. I have pulled up. This is Dead GPK. Please post your link in the chat again. This is his post from today. I'm not going to share the whole thing, but I'm going to share a little bit with you guys.
okay.
And because it's amazing. So I'm going to mute up.
Did you put orchids in there? Is there sound? I'm not hearing any sound.
You guys can't hear the sound?
I can't, but maybe that's because I'm on.
I can hear it. I wonder if I have to unmute.
It's probably me. Let me see here. I'm not sure. Aw, that's so cute. Wow, these are beautiful.
Yes,
Wow, these
I'll
are
stop it.
beautiful.
Um, and then we show you guys his channel link, that GPK. And he does a lot of sky watching and things of that nature also. And I'm going to stop screen sharing. And he is just one amazing individual. Very colorful. You can see his heart shining and mirror reflecting all around him.
Aw.
And let me unmute you, Myrna. Hello. Welcome, welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you can hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I live in a rural area in Montana, so I don't get very good signal here.
Me too. I live in Billings.
I live in Stevensville.
Awesome.
Wow. So do I
Awesome.
have
Let me
two
know when
ladies in
you're
the house from the same state? What?
right. Michelle, send me her link on Facebook. You have her on Facebook. Send me her link. She can come visit me when she's in Billings. I'll take
I
you to
don't have
Texas
her link. This is
Roadhouse.
my first time meeting her, so I'm pretty excited about what she has to share.
Yeah, there's a lot of light workers, a lot of people that are awakened that come to this valley, the Bitterroot
Mhm.
Valley, and apparently Billings too.
Yeah. Billings is awesome. I'm loving the people here.
Our music director from our school, he left Stevensville School and went to Billings, I believe, to be
Oh,
director of music at your school.
really?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Anyways, it's my first time here. I was actually just kind of relaxing and surfing and looking for under BQH. I'd like to listen to hypnosis sessions.
I have recorded a couple, not many, but I am a certified beyond quantum healer practitioner.
Yes, I have seen your platform on before when I usually surf and look.
Small world.
Yeah, look for QHHT or BQH sessions.
Mm-hmm.
I guess after we're awakened, many of us are committed to look at the canon, and that kind of takes us into, we go down the rabbit hole, and somehow we end up looking at hypnosis sessions. And I think it's mostly for confirmations or to just listen to other people that you can relate with.
Yeah, and when you bring somebody into the session, you know, if you're searching for a session, you want to make sure you can really trust the quantum healer. That they got an open heart, open mind, that they're there 100% for you, because that's what they're there for, 100% for you. And what it is it is a session that is for the person coming to and it works on the etheric level, on the energy level, and it is about resolving past hurts and harms that we're carrying within us, to pull out those type of energies and to transmute them, give them a new purpose. And then I record the sessions. Don't get me wrong. I do record sessions that I do online, but that is for the client. They receive it so they can listen back, because a lot of times the questions that they want answered and stuff, they get answered. But then when they come back up, they don't remember everything that was said and done, or they think, oh, I was just making all that up, until they listen to the recording back. They're like, wait, I didn't know anything about any of that. Where did that come from? And they get so many eye-opening answers for the individual. And usually if the quantum healer's doing it correctly, it's a one-hit wonder. You come, you have it done one time, you can listen back to it, and then it's over. You're progressing along and advancing at such an accelerated rate because you jumped over some major hurdles that you've been carrying around in that session. You accomplished that with a lot of help. So yeah, I don't do it very often. It really takes a lot of convincing before somebody can convince me that they need that kind of modality in order to overcome what's going on. Because conscious awareness and understanding what we've got going on in us is what I find that there's more value in that, and overcoming things in that nature. But however, there are some traumatic events that are out of our control that happen, that sometimes we need a little help, and that little bit of help takes us a long way.
Yeah.
So what have you learned about it? Are you a quantum healer, Myrna, or you just have the curiosity? Have you thought about maybe taking the classes yourself?
Yes, it's something that I plan to do. One of the things I plan to do in the future. But right now, since well, since my awakening in 2013, we were guided to leave California and move to the mountains. So we have been living here since 2013, and kind of preparing for this time. You can just kind of say that I received foresight of what was coming, what we're going through right now.
No, Longreach.
Yeah, I
do
have
that,
an
and
errand.
I'll chase you. I'll chase you down, woman.
You call me
don't think
back.
I'm paying attention?
I have an errand to do. I gotta drop off for a little bit, but I'll be back.
You're
I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, come back.
Yes,
Yeah, I
I'll
want
come
to
back.
talk to Mira.
I'll come back.
Okay.
I'll just let her talk
I
because
know
this
you.
really isn't my area anyway. I don't know anything about this kind of stuff, so I'll let you guys know.
Well, you just probably don't. I think you do.
Okay.
I think you do.
Yeah, I'll be
You just
back.
think-
I'll be back. Don't worry.
She won't go far.
Let her talk.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the information you gave from the on the insurance in the medical industry.
Mm-hmm. And you asked earlier, where do we think that that medical is going to go in the future? Well, you hit it on the head right there.
Yeah.
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
We're not there yet, but that's where we're heading.
Yep. I guess, yeah. It's something, I guess this is why we are experiencing all the chaos and all the mistrust of the system that is in place. And it's unfortunate for the doctors because they go to school for so long, and sometimes they begin with a good heart and a good intention, but like teachers, they're disappointed once they're in.
Yeah. Yep. And like I said, my doctor, he knows about how how I feel spiritually, or and that nature of things. I don't hide anything, but he's also a whole body healer. He looks at the whole package. He doesn't just look at what's wrong with you today. I'm going to put a Band-Aid on that. I'm going to put what's wrong with you tomorrow. I'm going to put a Band-Aid on that. He looks at the whole body, the whole package, mind, body, soul, everything all together, and wants to treat the whole package. And that man has taken me from one completely different way of living into a much, much better state of mind, state of being. Even with all the things that have been going on, I wouldn't have been able to get through it had I been in the way that he took me on and weaned me off of all that garbage. I mean, he's a good guy. He's a good man. And you're right. All that education, there's a lot of money that they have to spend to even get the degree, and then for their licensing, and then for their practices, and then to pay all their staff and this and that, to have all these hassles. It's like, wow. But medical in the future is going to be a dying breed, because now it's government has taken it over. And it seems like anytime government starts to take something over, we the people start to see through it and start saying, wait, hold on. If they're trying to control it, Maybe it's just like a commercial. Maybe it's something in our head. Maybe it's something in the etheric level that we need to heal within our own self, within our own mind and our own consciousness. And then the outside, like clean the inside of your cup and the outside will be clean too, kind of a thing. So what's holding you back from going ahead and moving forward into the classes?
Oh,
Insecurity?
actually, yeah, since we moved here, we decided to start like a homestead. So we've been studying everything into our goal is to one day have an aquaponic system where we raise our own crustaceans as the source of a meat. And then we already planted 5 trees last year, and every year we will be planting 5 more and nut trees. So and then we also have a garden, an annual garden area. So and I planted herbs too, medicinal herbs. So yeah, just that in itself it could take a lifetime to learn.
Yeah, but you already know you have access to anything you want to know through the collective. I mean, you already know that. Well, when we know we're all unique, we know that there's only one of us.
Yeah.
But we all, once we get that connection, we all can know anything that we ask. The answer is always yes, we can have. So any information, knowledge, wisdom, gifts, anything, it's always, the answer is always yes. So it's the doubt that we need to remove. And then the answer is always yes.
Exactly.
And I wanted to say, you've got like the perfect voice for a beyond quantum healer or even a QHHT. Depends on whichever one you want to go into. Beyond quantum healing is, it goes a little bit further than the quantum healing. Quantum healing, they usually like to do those in person, on the table, one-on-one with the energy worker. But the beyond quantum healing, see, energy is timeless and spaceless. We can connect no matter where we're at. It doesn't matter. There is no time and space. I mean, that all starts to fade away. So then you start thinking, oh, well, the beyond quantum healing actually does work. And then you can go ahead and take those classes online, and you'll find them very beneficial. And not only that, but by the things that you're going to learn through there, a lot of it you're going to find you probably already know. And then they'll categorize based on how you go through the classes on other things that you may not know that you're already operating in now, and just not fully accepting or aware of it. I found that to happen when I took the courses. I was like, what? Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, fine. Yeah, I guess I am, because that happens. So yeah, it's a really nice course to take, and you'll probably do much better than what you think that you will, because I know that's was my experience. I went in with my doubts, and I came out like, I can't believe how well I did and how much was already going on within that you are ready to apply and help others.
Yes. Yeah, I had a couple of, I think I had 3 sessions. The first 2 were not very successful. And then the last one, actually I had 4. I had 2 that were so, and 2 were that not so good. I just had a really hard time trusting or saying what I was seeing. I was seeing a lot. So actually I could see through my eyes, and I'm ready to try it again. But like I said, I've done 4, and the last one was better. For some people, I guess 1 could be enough. But for others like me, I guess we need multiple sessions. I guess because
it could be your meditation practices, though. When if somebody wants to do a session with me, I'm going to talk to them first before we set up the session about practicing how to calm themselves and to clear their mind, to get them down into a state of relaxation, where you're conscious. You're still awake, but you're in a meditative state, and you're no longer having the monkey mind come up and throw all these random thoughts all over the place. So to learn to quiet your mind is a huge part. And then it helps for, the quantum healer then to take you down. Theta state I can work with, but I would rather go. There's two other levels lower than that. If I can get somebody down into, I think it's Delta. No, is it Delta?
Theta.
Hang on a second. No, Delta. Delta is deep sleep. If I can get somebody, that's all the way down to the bottom. If I can get somebody into the Delta state of consciousness, where you're able, so you're completely under, but you're able to express and speak, then we are talking into the oneness.
Yeah.
You're talking to you. Your higher being is speaking through you. But theta's the least, at least we'll get to the gamma is the next level down. We can get a lot of work done there, but if we get down into delta, oh my goodness, then that's it.
I can get
you're done.
Yeah, I can get delta during my meditation. Yeah, so that's why I guess I work very good alone in that sense that
yes,
I can tap into the. I feel like it's as far as I want actually. I just kind of open my heart and I go into it and I let it kind of take me wherever I need to go, and sometimes multiple things. Sometimes it's like contemplation, adoration, and gratitude. And sometimes if I feel something heavy, I just right away, and it's like I go into a higher state, and then sometimes I realize it's not mine; it's from the people that I've been around throughout my day, and then I just kind of like either whatever my soul wants to do with it, like either it wants to cry it out and allow it to be expressed and released, or nurturing. So I usually will have like that nurturing part of me. Usually it will be like Mother Mary kind of energy, like a mother.
yes.
And I see her and she nurtures me, and then I know when it's done too, because I'll just like take a big sigh and have a huge sense of relief. So that's the practice that I do every day. I call it a purification practice. It's something that I do that regenerates me and revitalizes me, or brings me just into peace, which is what I need at that time. But
That's amazing.
Sometimes.
So why would you need a beyond quantum healer? You really wouldn't, because you're able to do the inner work. So, I mean, a beyond quantum healer, I'm not trying to, say anything, about that modality, because it's sometimes we need that extra person to stand in that gap to help to stabilize and affirm and to add to the experience. But when you're able to do is what you just described, you're already doing your inner work.
That's the goal.
You're aware of it.
Yes, that's the goal. So if you figure that out on your BQH or your QHHT, now you know what that feels like. What is it like to be in that state? And start looking for it in your own way and at your home. But yeah, the BQH and the QHHT can definitely be like something to show you what if you have experienced it by yourself.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be looking for another session. I think you're ready to become a practitioner. That's just my opinion, just from listening to you, the things that you're saying. So,
well, with the BQH, I was just hoping to receive some insight into why certain moments in my life I had certain connections. I needed answers And even though I thought they were even though I felt within myself that I had the answer, I was doubting it, like you said earlier. It's the doubt.
Okay.
And I wrote it down
Yeah.
too in
Yeah.
a piece of paper once I received that download, when I experienced my Kundalini awakening and I received this download. I had to, but so much of it hasn't been unraveled. Some of it hasn't been unraveled yet, and I guess I was told that it would happen it will all be revealed at the right time.
Mhm.
I just have to trust in that.
As-
But sometimes we just are so curious and we want to know, right?
And then when we know, we're like, oh man, I wish I didn't know that. No.
No, I want to know, no matter what, how dark or whatever it is. I want to know everything as much as I can about um, about
Oh,
my
you're
stuff.
not going to find anything dark. What we find out is that, actually that light feeling that you're talking about, as we release, or as things are released, or we overcome things or heal old wounds, you start to feel lighter and lighter and lighter. And you said you had your kundalini, or what I would call third eye, or Holy Spirit. People
Yeah.
have different names for it. It's all constitutes the same thing, doesn't matter what the label is. When you had that experience, did you feel like you were lifting off the ground? I mean, did you feel light as a feather when this all was going on, and like so much was just like your eyes were being popped open, and such a beautiful and loving feeling just rushed into you, that you felt light, like you couldn't go back to the way you were before, because that dense energy that we once were no longer. We actually find that energy too heavy and sluggish, so we resort back. And the more time, it just seemed like, after the awakening, it seemed like, oh, am I ever going to get back there again? And then it was like every 2 weeks, and then it became every other day, and then it became every day, and then it became, oh, maybe I'll have an hour of a dip, and then back into that heightened. So is that kind of how it's going with your process, or
Well,
how are you feeling?
well, it took several years to get here, but right after when my Kundalini happened, my experience was like other people explain as a near-death experience. But except that I wasn't having an accident or anything like that. It was just I want to say that it was that my soul at that time was ready for it, and there was like the timing was just absolutely perfect alignment, and that's when it took place. And when it happened, my body went into uncontrollable shape on the floor, and the energy was like, I want to describe it as an atomic bomb of light. And my third eye opened, and it was just a flash of white light. And in that moment, it was like no space and time. And I was having flashes of my life, certain moments of my life when I was a little girl, a young adult, and it was just basically letting me know that everything that I had been through was purposeful, and it was to get me to that alignment that I was experiencing at that time. But the energy was so powerful that had I received, gave me as much as the physical body could sustain. Had I received more, it would have been like a combustion, eternal combustion.
You think that, but you would have been fine, sweetie.
That's what it
You
felt
probably
like.
need a lot more than you think.
Yeah, it was just, I don't even know how, but yeah, that's why I was aware that my body was shaking uncontrollably, but I had no control over it. And then it felt like something within me awakened and took over my voice. And it was like, I want to say my higher self or my soul essence. And it spoke through me. And I also saw the symbol of a perfect man. Is that drawing that you see with the perfect, I don't remember who made that drawing. You know, the man, the image of the man that is standing and his legs are open, the perfect symmetry of the man. And I also received universal laws and sound, and gosh, it really felt like I was connecting to the Alpha, the Omega, infinity source energy. So it was entered at that moment, and I saw the entire world. I saw images of Africa. It was like it was a broadcast. The energy that I was being conduit for was completely broadcasted across our world and across the universe. And it uttered the sounds through my voice. And the word.
Did you happen to speak any languages that you did not study or ever learn during this experience?
During that experience, and it was like a witnessing, an awareness of myself and awareness of the oneness. But it was basically, it was like just massive download, receiving massive download and awareness and knowing. And but the words that came were simple, and the words that I said. So no, it wasn't a light language, what people say. But I believe the energy itself is the light language. The energy itself was the true light language, and the Holy Spirit. And that then I was answering a call, because then my soul essence, it was words that just came out of my mouth, and boom, and I sent, it was sent out. It was a huge broadcast. And I believe that's what happens with when you receive like a Kundalini energy, you become a conduit of that source energy, and you also broadcast it.
I found that I spoke Hebrew, Spanish, Aramaic, and English. And I haven't studied Hebrew, Aramaic, or Spanish. I only speak English. But I had to get it confirmed because I didn't know, when this happened, my husband and I are looking at each other and he's like, oh my God, because we were so Christian indoctrinated. Oh my gosh, is this evil? What's going on with you? So of course we went to the pastors at 3 different denominations, and I would get into that static awareness and just allow it to flow. And they brought a lot of comfort to myself and to my husband of what was going on. And you got to realize that the ultimate, the infinite, where the essence of our foundation comes from is in each and every living person.
Yeah.
And they all speak different languages. So why would we think that we should limit the creator, that the creator only speaks English? So I think that was probably maybe a lesson maybe I needed to learn by speaking multiple languages. Or maybe it was to get us away from thinking that there's 2 powers, that there's a God of a good and a God of evil, when there isn't. There's just one creator, and then where we are. So if we think there's evil, we're creating it. So, I mean, it all kind of goes hand in hand. Now you say you've been doing this for a long time, and you're kind of making me feel shamefaced because I've been going through this since around 2000, a little bit before. So
2000.
It's been a long walk for me.
Wow. Thank you so much for all the light that you have anchored since then. You kind of let fly the way for the rest of us.
Well, not necessarily. I think that there's a bunch of volunteers that came in. I think all of us to some degree come in here with something that we have agreed to go through in order for soul expansion. But then there's also agreements that we don't fall so far because it's time to come out of the slumber. It's time to come out of the soul sleep into the truth of who we really are. And so we're at a precipice, and people think, okay, well, we're going to come out of duality, but they're going to say, oh, how are we going to expand? Oh my gosh, we're going to expand in infinite ways, but we're not going to tear each other apart. We're going to be unique, but we're going to enhance each other. Whatever I've got going on is going to enhance others that are around. Whatever they've got going on is going to enhance what I've got going on. We're no longer going to be in a dog eat dog, hurting each other. We're going to be in a symbiotic state of working together, but still growing and learning from all of the different experiences that we have. It doesn't have to be duality. Everybody thinks, oh, it has to be in duality, so we can grow out either direction. Well, yeah, you do grow in duality, but you only grow so far.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're ready to move on and go into a new status, a new era of time. And so many people, just as you've been working, you said since 2013 was your Kundalini awakening.
Yep.
If that was your Kundalini awakening, honey, you were working well beyond before that. The Kundalini awakening is an affirmation of work already done with the download of all. It's almost like you've been listening for a long time, and it's almost, you could take it as like a reward affirmation of the work that you did prior, even if you didn't know it. It was already going on, whether it was in DreamWorks. Everybody's a dream worker. The instructions are always sewed up in us when we sleep, but when we wake up, do we remember them? That's something we all should work on, remembering where we're going and what we're seeing while we're sleeping. But that was an amazing affirmation of prior work, and I'm sure that you've grown leaps and bounds since then. So did any of the sessions that you have already done, did they record you and provide you with the recording to listen back to?
Yes, I do have a recording, and I did receive some confirmation of some of the visions that I have had, and I was wondering what, because of my spirit guides, I don't know what spirit guides did you have after your Kundalini opening?
See, I was already having dreams, and then they were coming to pass, and then I started having day visions, and they were coming to pass, and I was having precog, and I was sensing people's energies, and all that stuff started to come online, and then and I kept saying, why are you doing this to me? Because I felt very alone. There wasn't many people to talk about this stuff with, and the church wasn't teaching on these things, and I didn't understand what was going on. I had a handful of people. I had my children, my husband, and my parents, and my doctor, because these dreams and stuff started happening, and I started leaving my body. I went to the doctor. He said I had night terrors and gave me something to help me with that. All it did was made it harder whenever I was leaving my body, which was freaking me out a little bit. It made it harder for me to wake up. That's all that did. It didn't stop nothing else from happening. So, and then, I would share them with them, and then we would watch them come to pass. And to this day, I do not understand why sometimes I'm an observer and I just see what's going on. Because the ones that I'm actually participating in, I could change. I can make a different decision when I see it coming into this life. I can change what I did, my part in what I seen, and send it out into a different trajectory if the outcome of what I saw in the dream was not a pleasant one. And then I have like deja vu, and then you feel like you're lightheaded, and like I have to rebalance, recalibrate to restabilize to now, because we just made a change. I mean, the phenomena is very real.
Yes.
It's a spiritual phenomena. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience. We're not physical beings having a spiritual experience. And we've just gotten so many things backwards. And it's just lovely to hear people talk about, becoming hyper aware in your consciousness. You're hyper conscious. You're aware of the etheric level of yourself and the beautiful divinity that resides within everybody, all of our brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
We're not God, but we share that we're in
A
the
part
image
of
and likeness of.
a part. Yeah.
Yes, there's a
Mhm.
there's an essence, and so when you speak something with your vibration, like that voice speaking through you, that vibration that was sent out from you
Mm.
is coming from your heart, from your inner being, and it sets things into motion. Nothing has changed since the beginning. Just our awareness. We think we're made from dirt. We think that we have the breath of life into our nostrils, which is, in out of anger. We think these things. That's how far we fell when we decided we wanted to expand and experience duality and had children and more children because we used to be immortal, and they were born into a confusing state. They forgot and started killing each other and even killing off the elders.
Mm.
So, and then it started just going into this reincarnation, and there wasn't no fallen
Karma.
Lucifer from heaven. I mean, the truth is so simple,
Yeah.
but when we get it, it's like everybody wants to argue with it. They want to debate you on it, but I'm not going to ever deny that there's there's a creator. The God is everywhere.
Mhm.
The fingerprints of this place is so masterfully designed. It's perfect.
Mhm.
I just I have no faith in any kind of a God over evil. We are the ones who have the freedom of choice.
Mm.
If we want to believe that, we can create one for ourselves and we can deal with that evil God if we want to, because we speak it, we think it, we don't doubt it, we believe it, we create it,
Mm.
we experience it.
I'd rather think this
What's your
way
thought?
that I'd rather think of it this way because it's definitely the more empowering belief that you have the choice that you can do no matter what's happening around you or outside of you. That can you can always that you can become the master of self. And I guess that's what we're trying to figure out is that once you learn to come into that 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 state of completely present and aware of what's taking place, then nothing can affect you because now you're seeing everything through the eyes of no judgment and complete acceptance. Um, so you there are challenges come your way. You don't go back into fear or anger. I'm not there yet, by the way. That's a daily practice, moment practice, and that's what after 7 years of being on this journey, it's so funny because it's so simple now. It's like, first of all, I don't have my guide holding my hand, and now I stand in my own power. But it's that if I do need them, I can call upon that energy or that archetype. I do that. But I can also just go into within myself and come to that source, that part of myself that can, that can build whatever I need or can heal whatever I need. And then after I come down from my meditation and I do that ritual in the morning of purification and reminding myself of who I am and the power that I have. Once I come down again, and you start feeling this, as soon as you descend into the third dimension, then that's when it really matters. Is when as you walk, and with every step, with every word, with every breath, with every thought, with every action. But not overwhelm yourself. And don't beat yourself up. Be your best friend, and know that it's an ongoing evolution.
And the only one that we can change is ourself.
Yeah, yeah. And even
And
though you already experimented, obviously, with the power, with manipulation, not manipulation, but people call it miracles, but you already seen that too through meditation, and through you can manifest certain changes in your surroundings. Like I remember in the beginning when I was practicing with the elements, I could actually work with the wind and the air and the elements, and connect with the sun and clear chemtrails from my area,
Mm-hmm.
for
Yes.
example. And one time, I don't know if you ever sensed that there was a huge wave of energy that came in, and I felt it through my entire body. And I think at that time, I also wanted things to change right away. And I'm like, no, this is just getting bad, and I want change to happen right away. And then I saw this vision, and this is the way I saw it, and I knew the part was that it said, if you were on a beach, you know, uh, and there was the water, you said, do you want it to be like that? You would, if you were relaxing and being in a nice flow, would you rather see a tsunami come your way, like of energy or powers like a tsunami, or or is it the energy of just the ocean, just the waves coming in its natural, with grace and a pleasant and gentle flow? And wow, that was a magical moment, because I realized that I could also be messing with the with that. Instead of creating gentle energy, I could be creating a force that could be destructive. And I
Mm-hmm.
knew at that
Especially
time
through free
that
will.
was
When people
another lesson.
they don't know their power, and through the free will, they'll want something that somebody else has rather than asking for it in the etheric and the proper way, because everything is the answer, yes. But when you're asking for it and you're looking at somebody else and you're wanting what they have, you're sending out your energy and your willpower. And then under the spiritual laws, because we fell under spiritual law when we started harming each other, if people are still under spiritual law, then harm will befall other people because they're still breaking spiritual law, because they don't quite understand what that constitutes. And when you hurt another brother or sister in any way, energetically, physically, mentally, emotionally, you're sending energy darts, anger, things of that
Yeah.
nature. We have to be careful and capture those thoughts and immediately go to the throne of grace and ask for mercy, that nothing befall the person that you got upset with. And because we don't know what they're doing, we can only control what's going on here. And when if they're doing something and they're not yet self-aware, and they're still working in the duality, the dog eat dog, they could be harming other people, and what you send will hit them like a ton of bricks, because you're that much more self-aware, and using your energy with willpower, it will come across somebody like a sucker punch. It'll knock them into la la land. So we also, with what we're going through here, comes more responsibility for our,
Absolutely.
yeah. Mhm.
With great power comes great responsibility.
And that's why I think that the heart changes the way we look at things, the way we perceive things, the way that we balance things out, the way that we adjust and try to come up with solutions that are benign, that won't hurt one person individually, but will actually help humanity as a whole,
Yes.
without, because so many people are still under the reaping in what they're sowing out. And they don't
Yes.
understand that. They don't understand. And I do. And I know I'm still under it, because I fell back under that kind of situation when I lost my daughter. I had some anger in me. I had some things crop up. It doesn't take away the who that person is when they got into that crash. It doesn't. It's just I got hurt. So I had to really put myself in check, and it took a lot of inner work to even get to where I'm at today. And I'm still very, very careful. But man, I've noticed in this past couple weeks, I think it, and all of a sudden, boom, there it is. It's like, yay.
Mm.
That's where we're
It's
headed.
amplified. Mhm.
Yeah,
More
that's where
amplified
we're heading.
now.
I mean, we're going to think it, and then the next second, you're thinking, "Oh, I'd like a hamburger." Poof, it's going to be in your hand. I mean, who knows? I mean, we're limitless. And there's going to be other experiences, other ways, other things for us to learn and grow and expand, because it's
Yeah.
infinite. We're infinite. So yeah, it's never die. You were never born. You never died. This avatar may, but you don't. Your essence.
And everything is happening right now too. The past, the present, and the future. It's all happening now too.
It's always now. That's the only thing we have power over is now. We can't do anything
Yeah.
about yesterday. What if tomorrow's got its
But
own problems?
yesterday, remember too, is in the Akasha too. You have a cloud that holds
You can
all
clear
the.
it. I've been to the
I
account.
don't
Have you been
know.
up there?
I don't
Have you
know.
checked it out? It's cool.
I have. I think everybody in like a huge library.
It's not like a library book, though.
Beautiful. No,
Yes.
it's to me, it was like one of these private, almost like a library, but I got a sense that no, it's not like the regular library you go to, but it's like infinite and
And you dump
I don't know.
information when you pass through. You don't have to go in there and spend a whole lot of time. As soon as you pass through there, everything that's gathered from other places, other things you've experienced, whatever on other people, even self, you just when you pass through there, you drop. It instantly goes in, and then and then I actually looked around in there for a while because I was curious. I'm like, I want to see it really good. It's beautiful. And there's also people purging their akashics. As for karma, anything that was done when they get perfected in love, everything's wiped, expunged. They have ascended. They could still be living here, but they're actually not on the same realm. You know how you felt when you were in 3D, but then you lifted up out of that. It's a whole different energy field. So they're having a whole different experience than somebody that would be in the 3D realm. But you don't know any different until you've come out of that 3D realm that there is anything better. Does that make sense?
Did you find that when in the beginning of your awakening that you like I remember that when I first after awakening, of course I was in that incredible space for like 3 months, but after when I started doing my purging work and my healing work, healing the ancestry, well, I don't even know if I can actually clear, but it felt like I was just freeing a lot of my ancestors from either cords that were attached to me. But I noticed that through the journey process that I remember that I used to wake up in a heavier, denser place, like 3D, like I could feel more pain and more of the worry and the fear that was going on at that time. And so I kept purging and purging or healing because of my empathy. But now I've noticed that I'm like a lighter place when I get up. I feel lighter. So I'm not in that place I was years ago. I'm waking up to a higher timeline. So it's just kind of confusing. Sometimes I don't even know which space I am in. I just basically know based on how I feel. Does it feel heavy? Does it feel lighter? So maybe it's like a state of being as you become lighter or you increase your vibration. You also from a lower density to a higher density.
And you also
Have
learn how
you
to pull it
experienced
back.
that?
Yeah. Well, when the empathy cracked open, you feel everybody around you, and then as time goes on, you get that next portion. Then you learn how to pull it back and only connect with who it is that you choose, and then over time, then you can start to look into thoughts. I hear people's thoughts and read their intentions and what's going on behind their motives, and you can see through things like that. But what I have found is when people are able to pull back their energy to not connect direct anymore and feel, because at first it's confusing. Is that me or is that them? Am I mad or is that my pain or is that theirs? I mean, I used to have to follow around people in a good mood in the grocery store, hope they go down the aisle that I needed stuff because it was that heavy. When I figured out, no, I'm picking this stuff up from other places. And then I was able to pull it back and not connect with everybody, because it's overwhelming, but it is a part of the process. But what does that do? Well, it helped me to see everybody as equal, and that no matter who it is that I'm looking at, maybe they look like they've got it all going on. They're all dressed to the nines and they look like they're living, high on the hog. But when I was feeling the energy from them, some of them were the most saddest or broken people ever. It gave me a mutual respect, and it made me think more instead of judging by my eyes, to look deeper into each life. Each life is complex and divine and beautiful and unique, and it helped me gain respect. And so there's a lesson with that part of the journey, but I sure am glad I can pull back now and hold my own and connect with who I choose instead of everybody. Because I didn't have any choice. I was like, if they were in my spectrum, man, I was feeling it. I didn't know if I was coming or going.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't experience that. I'm glad I don't experience that anymore. But every once in a while, you said that sometimes I'll be in my meditation and so will come into my thought, and then it's like a prayer for them, like a sending them blessing or whatever they need. And now we walk as where before we were a sponge. Now we have sort of like we're just in this light, and nothing can. Basically, it's almost like a shield too. It's like a boundary, and instead of their light consume you, your light is radiating them, and sort of they might receive a little, like almost like a breath of fresh air, or maybe a scent of rose or
Well, it's almost,
I don't know. In
that's
some
what I
form.
was like, thinking, oh, maybe there are, vampiric energy vampire type, because you think that because you're connecting with everybody and you can't control it. You're like, oh, quit sucking all my energy. But really, that's not it. There's a lesson there. And the next portion comes in. And when the next portion comes in, like I said, we're able to pull back. Like I said, put a shield around us, put on that full armor. And then so our essence isn't taken from us. We willingly give it over to whom, just like you said, in a meditation, someone will come to your mind, but that's you pulling that person. That's you putting your feelers out to your loved ones to see what's going on. And then when you see something going on, you send out a blessing. And I wouldn't be surprised if they don't, contact you and say, hey, guess what happened? You won't believe this. I was so down and this happened and I found $100 bill on the ground and this and then this, and then I got, my husband brought me home roses, and you're thinking, well, I sent you some prosperity in the waft of smelling a rose. So and then it truly manifests in their life. I mean, don't be too surprised. And I'm sure I'm telling you things that you probably have already experienced, but that stuff happens. Yep. Life is amazing.
I know you have been on here for a long time, and I just want to let you know that you can end this chat whenever you're ready. But if there's somebody, is there anybody listening? Are there any questions because I can't see. I can't tell. I don't know how to use this.
Okay, hang on.
No.
I can see the chat. Let's see. But the one in the StreamYard's a little bit behind. Let me check in here. Okay. You guys have any questions? Inner Knowing is back from the 7-minute prayer meditation. That was at 7. I'm sure it was wonderfully beautiful because so many people are sending out so much unconditional love to so many people. That GPK split out. Looks like there's 12 people still in here. Man, you guys are hanging in a long time. Yeah, we've been going 3 hours. I did try to power stream today because I've been I've been out of the live loop for a while, so I figured I owed it to people to give everybody a chance to come in and chat. And I'll do this more often. I will do this more often. And let's see, you guys got any questions for her? Well, I'm giving them a moment to put questions in. Let's play this. What? Did I just drop her out? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Come back in. I didn't mean to drop you out, hon. That was my bad. I'm so sorry. I didn't know hopping out and hopping back in that she would come out. So sorry.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And she's back. Yeah, my guests just love to just jump out on me, dip out on me and run. Why do you keep muting your mic? You have a sound issue? Oh, your mic isn't connected. Try to connect your sound. Now it is. Jump out and jump back in. Your sound isn't coming through. It told me in here that your sound connection is interrupted. Their mic is not connected. While she gets that situated, I'll look over and see how things are going in the chat. We'll stay on till about 6:30. That's when my hubby gets up for work. And after he goes to work, we may come back on and open up the yard again and give some people a chance. Come in and share and what's going on with you and have some fun, spend some time with each other, catching up. We're all so colorful. We all add so much to each other. And even in whatever crisis or whatever we're going through, we still all have each other. And if we can still connect in this manner and come together, it's a beautiful thing. It's absolutely a beautiful thing. And we should do that. Mary, are you going to bounce? You need to bounce all the way out and then reconnect back in because it's not reading your microphone. I could see that in StreamYard. It's telling me that it's not detecting your mic. There you go. Question. Just a great live. Plural hugs from the family here and everywhere. Great journey. Thanks for sharing. Aw. Question? No. Oh, I get it. Okay. Question? No question. Just a great big thank you to Myrna and for her coming into our lives. Plural. Yes. Hugs from the family here and everywhere. Great journey. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I could see her becoming and being a BQH practitioner very, very quickly in her life. I don't think she needs a session, but each person knows what they need. I'm not going to try to tell her what she wants, what she needs, but she's more on the position of becoming a beyond quantum healer. Mm-hmm. Your mic working now, sweetie?
Yes.
Yay! Thank you.
I wanted to talk about if anybody listening is familiar with the work of Elena Benzohoff. She does the scalar revelation, scalar and scalar technology. She's been on the show with Sasha Stone. You ever heard of Sasha Stone?
I've heard of Sasha, yes, but I'm going to mute up so you could tell more about this scalar technology, scalar information. I'm curious.
Oh my God, it is so intense. I highly recommend for you to look into it. Is basically they're tapping into what I would call the Akasha. And with this technology, I forgot the name of the doctor who began it, but they have taken it even beyond his work. And what they have done is you know how everything is energy. They are able to reveal the energy of everything. So, for example, they in his show under New Earth Project, if you search, let's see, it's called. I forgot the title, but Sasha Stone, New Earth Project, with Elena Benzohoff, and she reveals the frequency of COVID, of Moderna, of Bill Gates, of presidents, of people from the past, like Joshua, Jesus. For example, in one of the revelations, one of the shows they did, they just revealed the frequency for Princess Diana, and so many other. So this is I would say, we are finally seeing, it is now, as information is being revealed. It's almost like disclosure, because it's showing us the vibrational frequency of people and of planets and where we are at. They did one on Earth, and when I heard the results of the human, the frequency of human, where we are vibrating at right now, it made me cry, because it was so incredible, so profound, and I think it will uplift anybody that listens to it too.
Interesting, because they said to catch a virus, you have to be vibrating at the level of a virus.
Yes.
It's a very low frequency. So if you're, resonating at that low and that dense of a frequency, that's how that can actually come into fruition into your life, because you're
Yes.
vibrating, you're resonating with it. That's how it comes into your reality. That's how it manifests. So yeah, I can see that. What's the name of the person? Can you spell it for me? Because
Yes.
in the chat wants to look up the information.
Okay.
I spelled
Uh,
scalar SCALAR technology. Is that right?
that's it. That's it. And
Okay.
it's under, the show is being published, made public by New Earth Project with
Oh, New
Sasha
Earth.
Stone. New Earth Project is the YouTube channel, and it's with Sasha Stone and Elena, ELENA,
Hang
and
on.
I believe her last name is Bensonoff, is
Hang on. ELE
BENSONOFF.
for Elena.
Elena, yeah.
Okay. And what was last name for Elena?
B as in boy, EN, so
That's it.
yeah, SONOFF, something like that. I may have
Okay.
her last name wrong, but if you just look at Frequencies Revealed, you cannot miss it. It's on YouTube, and they've had several shows revealing all this information. And to me, this is a true disclosure, because when you see what Moderna with the vaccine, their frequency, oh my God, they vibrated. Okay, so basically 20 is shame, and then it goes up to, I think, guilt, and the frequencies go up, and they go from low, I guess, low being 0 or 1, or 1, I'm sorry, 1 being destruction. Then it goes to shame. I don't have a chart in front of me, but and then it goes up to 1,000 being enlightenment. And Moderna, okay, the maker for the vaccine, the numbers were very low and quite scary. I believe that one of them, or several of them, were on the ones for destruction of life. So don't take my word for it. Look at it yourself. It really shows you that how low the vibration is for these people and these things and these companies. So this is very. I've been following their work, and it's going to reveal a lot of times in these times of revelations.
I'm still here with you. I'm looking up the chart, the scale chart that you were talking about. I have it. I'm looking for an image of it to pull up so they can see what you're talking about. And
That would be great.
I have like a gajillion photos. I got to figure out what I categorized it. It's in one of my videos. So and it goes up to 1,000, and it starts at the very bottom, and it does like the chakra colors too, and it gives you the vibration levels and frequency levels, and then so hold on, give me a minute, and you can keep on explaining it while I'm searching for that.
Yes, and like I said recently, their last show, they revealed the frequency vibrations for the Pleiadians, for the Andromedans, and for the Greys, and for the Reptilians, and the Arcturians, by the way, and the Pleiadians vibrated at the highest. But when you see the results for the humans, oh my God. Whew, I just get chills just thinking about it. Our result was our soul frequency so this would be an average number for the whole collective. Our soul frequency right now is at 230, which is courage, you guys. We have made that step over the threshold. 200 and above is in evolution into the light, and we're just above 200 at 230 with courage. So everything begins with courage. And then it also revealed that humans are 100% empathic. 100% is our average for empathy. And compassion, I believe, was in the 90%. So there will be two different numbers they will give you, and one is based on percentage, and another one is based on the frequency. But the percentage, they just got it from, I don't know with a method, but it is still based on the frequencies. So compassion was 94%. And the other one that is amazing and it really, really shows us the power that we have for creation, for creativeness, for creation, our power of creation. The result was 750, which is at 700. Okay, at 700 to 1,000 is in enlightenment. So we have the power of divinity to create. And that's why we are so manipulated, because of the power that we hold. And now that you know that you are in this power of creation at 700, resonating at 750 at enlightenment, imagine what you can do with that power. And there were other categories, but I'm just going from the top of my head, and this is what I remember. But when you guys get a chance, check it out. New Earth Project.
When I may have to see if you can come back when I come back on here in a little bit, and because I have that graph, but I have so many pictures. I don't know what folder I put it in and what I did with it, but I have the graph that goes from 0 to 1,000, and it goes up to the, like, it's a right above the top of your head goes to the 1,000, and then it shows the different colors. It's got there's a person there, and it gives the different number schemes in between each of the points. But if you think of your chakras, 1, you're at 100, 2, you're at 200, the 3rd, you're at the 300s, your 4th, you're in the 400s, the 5th, you're in the 500s. You know what I'm saying? And then it goes up above all the way to the the indigo. You're at your 3rd eye, you're somewhere around the 900s, and then then above is the purple, the crown, and you're up to the thousands. But it goes even higher than that. But I'll find it. I will find it. I promise you. And then when my husband leaves for work, I'll probably come back on live for a little while, and we'll pull that graph up. And when I come back live, it will be about spirituality, where we're heading to in the future, and with medicine. Because I seen you ask that question, and that already popped in my mind. Is the future of medicine is that we won't need it. It's the inner work. We have to choose to do the inner work, and then I have that darn chart. I know what you're talking about. When you just said
everybody can pull up that image, and now I have stored it on my phone, and I use it as a guide to kind of like remind me where I am at, depending on how I'm vibrating, how I'm feeling. And then it's like a mirror, and it's like, whoa, okay, gotta raise myself up, because when you're down in those vibrations, that's when you attract everything that vibes in those energies too. So the key is to stay above the 200 threshold, which is, courage. And then it goes up to neutrality and acceptance and love and joy and peace and light. So
we need all of them. So let's not neglect any of them, because
absolutely
all of them have to be clear. All of them have to be flowing. All of them have to be active for to have the experience, which she was talking about earlier. That means all of them opened. So she had a clearing. She had an awakening. She had she called a Kundalini awakening. That meant every one of those blocks opened and the energy flowed through. Yeah. It's like pop, 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 pop. Those 7 seals cracked open in you, and
incredible.
the revelations, came through fluently. and then it opens up your third eye and into the higher awareness. But we still go up and down that ladder. Think of it as Jacob's ladder as your spine. Go up and down that, because you need the root, because you need to ground out. Sometimes we need to purge out old things, and we need to release them, and you release them through your root into the ground by sitting there and meditating in the grass or whatever it is that you enjoy doing, walking in nature, sun gazing, swimming, whatever. And then the next one is the orange, which is, that's how we have children. That's our, that's the urges of procreation. Yeah. And then we go up to the sacral, that's yellow. And that's our gut instinct. That's our intuition. And then from our sacral, we go to our green, which is our heart. And when you're going from your sacral and you're following your intuition, and now you're also got your heart opened up, you're already achieving higher and higher levels. But don't neglect the desire for the pleasure and the grounding out. They all work in unison. They all have to be open, and they all have to be flowing. So for us to do the highest good for ourselves and the inner work, I tried to say, oh, well, if I fast and I abstain and I do all of this stuff, that's going to cause, create this. Well, did I manifest that to create because that's what I thought? Well, sure. But as soon as I stopped thinking that way, all of that stopped. It's still, everything's still going on without having to forfeit any part of the beauty of life. The only thing that I choose not in my heart, because my heart's changed, I can't hurt another brother or sister. I can't just outright want to harm somebody else. It's not in me anymore. And you won't find that in people that are going through this. They won't want to use this to oppress another. How do you feel about that, Myrna?
Yes, it's like I said, it's a daily practice, because so like you were talking about the colors in our chakra system. I believe that is the colors, and that's what they call us rainbow warriors, because it's the color of the rainbows and the water for the human being. But I imagine that if we were other beings, our chakra systems would look different, and perhaps even different colors. But for the human beings, we have to
What is that background sound? You're really muffled out. Try muting your mic for a second. Let me see if it's on your side or my side, because I just muted up and I can still hear it. Wow. Okay. Well, you know what? Myrna, in an hour and a half, I'm going to come back on again. We'll do the open format like we did before. Preliminal finally figured out we're live after being on for over 4 hours. He finally shows up, and hopefully you can charge your phone up and fix the mic issue, and then we'll I'll get that graphic. Talk about it. How's that sound? I will play that one song to you guys one more time, and then we're out of here, and we'll be back after 8 o'clock. All right, I'll see you then, Karen. You're awesome. Thank you so much.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.